A manhunt is underway right now in Baltimore County as residents remain under a shelter-in-place order. The man police say is armed and dangerous. Two cars crash into a building, causing it to collapse. What we're learning led up to the chaos.
And our temperatures this morning are mild. We'll talk about another day where we'll see those above average numbers. But what does the weekend hold for us?
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, February 9th. I'm Patrice Sanders. Megan Gillen has the morning off. Let's get this day started with meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at the forecast and what we can expect.
I mean, how about those 60s yesterday,
It was
Patrice?
beautiful. Real
nice afternoon. Today, we're going to have a little bit more cloud cover. Wind is going to pick up, but our temperatures are going to stay above average. And looking out over the Inner Harbor right now, overall, not too bad. Everything looking good at this time. We're under calm conditions. 30s and 40s is what we're waking up to. Owings Mills, Woodlawn over to Baltimore City at 42. 39 your temp in Dundalk and 44 in Brooklyn Park. So a cloudy and mild morning leading to a breezy and warm afternoon, and then we've got colder temperatures moving in by the weekend. So overall, your morning drive numbers in the next couple of hours will stay mainly in the 40s. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
4:31 and happening right now. A manhunt is underway in Baltimore County for a man who is considered armed and dangerous. Take a look at your screen. Police say 24-year-old David Linthicum opened fire on officers, wounding one. Police say he was the subject of an hours-long standoff. Now, according to police, it all started yesterday around 2:30 in the afternoon when they were called to a home on Powers Avenue in Cockeysville for a man who was in crisis. A family member escorted officers to the man, but then he opened fire on officers, injuring one. That officer has since been released. Now, following the shooting, there was a barricade situation, and Linthicum ultimately slipped away. So now residents in that area are asked to shelter in place, leaving many of them on edge.
I wish to get my daughter bring down in that way she's not terrified and be by herself. Because she if somebody knock on the door, she open the door because she's a little mentally challenged, okay?
We want to show you the picture once again. The suspect is David Emery Linthicum. He is 5'7", now has facial hair, and we're told that his hair is longer than what you see in this picture. It is auburn in color. Again, he is armed and dangerous, so if you see him, do not approach him. Call 911. We've posted this picture on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Fox 45 News will continue to follow this developing story all morning long and bring you any updates as we get them.
One of our officers spotted a stolen vehicle. As the officers approached the vehicle, at some point, the individuals in the vehicle recognized police presence, took off at a high rate of speed. At this intersection behind us, they struck another vehicle, which at one point or another, one of those vehicles ended up hitting a pedestrian who was on the sidewalk.
Developing this morning, an investigation is underway after one person is killed and at least 5 other people injured after 2 cars crashed into each other and then into a house. It happened late last night on the corner of East North Avenue and North Wolf Street. According to police, the house then collapsed and the debris hit a pedestrian. That pedestrian was taken to Johns Hopkins Hospital in critical condition. No word on their condition this morning. On the left, you see a live look of the scene as it is this morning. On the right, that was the scene last night, just moments after the crash. And you can see crews digging through that debris, trying to find if anyone was trapped inside. We will continue to follow this developing story all morning long and bring you updates as they come in. A report from Project Baltimore showing this situation in some Baltimore City schools is dire. It shows 23 city schools have 0 students who tested proficient on the state math exam. 2,000 students in total took that math test at the schools, and not one did math at grade level. Now, Fox 45 News has been pressing leaders in both Annapolis and Baltimore about who's at fault for the failures and what they're planning to do about it. In Annapolis, state lawmakers refuse to answer our questions.
I sent you an email about the 23 schools in Baltimore City who have 0 students who are proficient in math.
When you do a school story about something succeeding in the schools, I'll respond. You never do.
So
Who do you hold accountable for the failing?
Your boss is for the distorted coverage you provided.
Well, the data came from Baltimore City Public Schools.
Fox 45 News sent questions to the entire Baltimore City delegation asking who they hold accountable and if they will ask for further investigations into the school system and why millions more dollars will be given to city schools given the test scores. Senator Corey McCray and delegates Jackie Addison and Caitlin Young responded saying everyone is accountable for student achievement. Now, while 23 Baltimore City schools had 0 students proficient in math, the city school CEO, Dr. Sonia Santelises, is being honored for her accomplishments. In the Sunday edition of the Baltimore Sun, Dr. Santelises was named one of the 25 Black Marylanders to watch in 2023. On the front page of the article, Santelises was praised for her accomplishments over the past 6 years. The article pointed to a bright spot this fall when federal test scores known as NAEP showed city schools had performed better in several areas compared to the rest of Maryland. For example, 8th grade reading scores held steady from before the pandemic. The article did not explain that according to NAEP, Baltimore is now 21 points below the national average for large cities. It is an all-time low for the city since national testing began 13 years ago. Santelises, who is quoted in the Baltimore Sun article, did not agree to an interview with Project Baltimore when we reported the NAP scores in November. So that brings us to our question of the day. Do you trust Dr. Sonia Santelises to lead Baltimore City schools? So far, at 96% of the number of people who have voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the Project Baltimore tab if you want to weigh in. If you have concerns about education that you want your local representatives in Annapolis to address, scan the QR code on your screen and that will take you directly to our website, which lists their official email and phone numbers. Still ahead on the early edition, the Department of Public Works addressing the ongoing challenges in the department. What officials say is being done to hire new staff. Plus, another spring-like day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know if it will stick around. 4:37, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
4:40 is your time right now on your Thursday morning. It is Friday Eve as we look out over downtown Baltimore, over the Inner Harbor. Overall, our numbers not too bad. Cool this morning. We'll see mild temperatures once again as we head toward the afternoon. That wind is going to pick up as well. So over the next couple of hours, out for a run or a jog, lower 40s with those clouds sticking around, not much in the way of actual precipitation. We do have some showers in our forecast for parts of the weekend. We'll be talking about that in just a few.
Turning now to a city in crisis, the Department of Public Works is in the hot seat as members answered questions from a city council committee about its staffing problems. Some of the most pressing openings include CDL drivers who drive the trash and recycling trucks. To address the problem, the department says it's currently undergoing a job classification and compensation study with the help of a private company.
We were picking up the phone and calling candidates nonstop until they actually responded back to us and tell us, if they're interested in coming to work for DPW. We exhausted the list.
Officials with DPW say they will be hosting more hiring events in the spring.
A student now challenging others to step up when it comes to your mental health. I'm Liz Bonus. Will share what she wants all of us to know. It is just ahead.
President Biden says the State of the Union is strong, but many are questioning our economy. Coming up, Washington's solution to problems that America's bank account is facing. And here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, jeers from the GOP at the State of the Union. President Biden amping up the debt ceiling debate. A leading economist joins us to discuss. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. .44 in your health headlines this morning. A student who thought her high school was missing an important mental health program decided she would help launch it. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares how it's led to a really popular class.
Hey there, hello to you. It started with her own journey to overcome one of the toughest times in her life. Now a teen, however, challenging others to do the same.
I've struggled through and continue to struggle through anxiety, depression, and OCD.
Any one of those mental health concerns could be paralyzing to a teen, but not for Riley.
I'm getting better and I want to help other people get there.
Instead, here at Ohio's St. Ursula Academy, she decided she'd start the one program she thought was missing here, mental health and wellness. Right away, she found out others needed it too.
I had family members and friends who were facing mental health, and it led to big situations to maybe committing suicide and stuff, so which was a big topic.
Once a week, students here get together to do relaxing activities and talk about what teens usually don't talk about. It's okay some days not to be okay.
It's scary to reach out for help, but I feel like with these programs, it's okay to reach out for help.
I want teens to know that it's okay to have days that's not good, as long as you get back up and move on.
The program is run by students for students, but it did get some funding for supplies through partnerships with those who supply grants and support county mental health initiatives.
We want to give voice to the students. The students know what they need and the supports they need.
Riley's goal now, to challenge other students. When you don't have what you need to heal, be the change.
I know that I'm not alone, and that's become very apparent to me, and I just want people to know that they aren't alone either.
The National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI, says 1 in 5 teenagers now has a mental health concern. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
It is 4:47 now, and we want to get a check of our forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, something
Yeah,
in your way?
It's weird stuff down here. They're like, Harry, stand at the desk. I'm like, cool. And then there's this big thing in the way down here. But anyway.
You can blame Tom for that.
I know. What are you doing, Tom? Knocking down the chair? All right. Good morning to you, Patrice. How are you?
I'm great.
It's Friday Eve. It's
Justin?
Friday Eve, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Right. How's the weather going to be today? As nice as yesterday or no? Not as much.
Yes and no. I mean, not probably as much sunshine today, but milder temperatures will continue. And we're going to see some more 60s around, so I think everybody liked that, especially with that sun that was out there yesterday. It'll be a bit breezy as well as we head later into the afternoon. You can see our Towson camera. We're keeping some cloud cover around right now. And our temperatures overall kind of on the mild side. Again, lower 40s. Typically, we're waking up in the 20s and 30s. So 42, still grab a jacket as you head out. No real wind to speak of right now. That's going to change later today. That's because we've got a warm front. You can see the red right there, and then there is a cold front that's bringing a lot of showers to parts of the Midwest and down through the Mississippi River Valley. All of that is going to be moving a little bit closer to us as we head toward the afternoon, and that warm front, the warmer air out ahead of the cold front, is what we're going to be tracking today. You can see over the next 12 hours, numbers steadily climbing, mid to upper 40s as we take through about 10, 11 o'clock this morning, and then upper 50s and lower 60s on the way for us later this afternoon. Check out our high temps. So again, mid 40s. We're about 20 degrees above average yesterday. We're going to be about 15 degrees above average today. So upper 50s and lower 60s across central Maryland for you, even down to the south. Look at some of these 70s in Richmond today, 64 in D.C. Meanwhile, mid 50s in Ocean City and 63 in Cumberland. Here's a look at our temperature tracker. So I've been talking about how it's colder for the weekend, and yeah, that's exactly right. Saturday and Sunday, those numbers drop down to be closer to average, and then picking right back up. So once we get through the weekend, those numbers are going back up again for next week. In terms of precipitation, not much. You may see a stray shower out there later this afternoon. Really, the wind and the cloud cover will be with us. Tomorrow, a little bit drier, slightly cooler on Friday behind the, behind the cold front. And then as we head towards Saturday, that's when that colder air is really going to be realized around the area, but we stay mainly dry. We are tracking showers late Saturday night into Sunday morning, and some of us may see a little bit of a wintry mix in the overnight hours, but mainly just some rain showers as we head toward Sunday afternoon. So Super Bowl Sunday, you're watching it right here on Fox 45. I don't know. I might have to deal with some showers in the afternoon if you want to hang out with your friends and play flip cup on the deck. But overall, our numbers will improve and will dry out next week. Patrice?
All right, thanks, Justin. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network at this early hour. Barely anyone up and out. No issues to report. Let's get a check of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Thursday, Mark.
Happy Thursday, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 and Penn Train 403 operating with delays, running about 5 minutes late. The other trains look good for travel. Light Rail Link right on time for service, and the start, no delays or problems there. And Metro Subway Link checking in on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A celebration of Black culture at the Gordon Center for Performing Arts in Owings Mills. The Gordon Center is partnering with Baltimore County Public Schools for Take a Leap, a program designed to celebrate Black contributions in song and dance. The tap group Soul Defined is putting on a recital for students, hoping to inspire the next group of performers.
It's really important when you bring students to a stage that they see the possibility of themselves on stage. They see themselves reflected on the stage. So a lot of the students that are coming from Baltimore County Public Schools are kids from the Black community and maybe never thought of themselves as artists, never thought that being a dancer could be something that they could do.
Through Take a Leap, the Gordon Center is offering 2 tap dance programs and 2 classical music programs.
President Biden said the State of the Union is strong, but what about America's bank account? We take a look at Washington's problem paying the bills for all those big proposals coming up next.
Plus, the search continues this morning for an armed and dangerous man in Baltimore County. The order currently in place for residents. 4:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 4:54 and making headlines this morning. Lawmakers are questioning Twitter executives over the decision to suppress a New York Post story about Hunter Biden's laptop and potentially illegal content on it. Republicans argued the platform wanted to censor it for political purposes, while Democrats say the GOP is just trying to whip up a scandal.
But many Americans did not know about it because of a coordinated cover-up by big tech, the swamp, and mainstream news.
Twitter is a private media company. In America, private media companies can decide what to publish or how to curate content however they want.
The Twitter executives say they were handling the story with caution and believed it could have been Russian disinformation like what took place in 2016. The White House dismisses the hearing as a, quote, bizarre political stunt. Taking a live look from Capitol Hill 2 days after President Joe Biden delivered his State of the Union address. Now, experts are analyzing what the president had to say, and many are questioning if America can afford to cover the cost of the proposals that the president made Tuesday night. Sinclair chief political correspondent Scott Thuman has a closer look.
The State of the Union, as President Biden laid out, often depends on the state of America's bank account. And Biden pushed buttons alleging proposals for spending cuts at GOP hands.
Instead of making the wealthy pay their fair share, some Republicans want Medicare and Social Security to sunset. I'm not saying it's a majority.
But pushback from Republicans is that Biden's a typical tax and spend Democrat, and aside from taxing big businesses and the rich, has very few real solutions to pay for all those plans.
We're going to build 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations installed across the country, and we're helping families save more than $1,000 a year with tax credits.
Biden's signature has often come with a hefty price tag, trillions to cover everything from climate change provisions, Ukraine aid, food stamp increases, and college loan debt relief, which Democrats call vital and Republicans call progressive handouts.
Well, they can't pay for these plans. That's the problem. We've run up a record debt, larger than the entire GDP.
The national debt up $3.8 trillion so far under Biden. But Republicans, too, have had spending problems. Under President Trump, the debt went up $7.8 trillion. Fast forward to the next fight, America's debt ceiling, that now $31 trillion limit to what the government can spend and always seems to flirt with. The president wants it raised now, and reportedly only after that will discuss spending cuts.
There's going to be no negotiation over it.
But economists say spending is also what's exacerbated inflation. And Republicans argue Biden's big Inflation Reduction Act doesn't deserve that title and could make matters worse. Despite calls for unity, the divide over dollars and cents still very apparent. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
We want you to join the national conversation. Do you want to see President Biden run for re-election in 2024? So far, 92% of those who have voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote, click on the Pulse tab, and you can weigh in. In other headlines, the U.S. is looking to India as a partner in manufacturing semiconductor chips. The Secretary of Commerce will visit the South Asian country with a handful of U.S. CEOs next month. They hope to discuss an alliance between the two nations, but before they can come to any agreement, India has to meet U.S. standards.
We're saying to them, look, sign up at the government-to-government level to labor standards, environmental standards, anti-corruption standards, rule of law standards, and in return, it'll unlock U.S. business, U.S. capital, jobs in India.
Chip manufacturing companies from Taiwan and China are also looking to set up shop in India. As it stands, Taiwan and South Korea have 80% of the world's chip manufacturing factories.
A manhunt is currently underway here in Baltimore County. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live where the search began, and I'll bring you the latest updates.
An alarming report by Project Baltimore showing just how dire the situation is in some city schools, how lawmakers reacted when we took the concerning statistics directly to them.
And our temperatures aren't too bad this morning, a little on the cool side, but we'll talk about another mild afternoon today, and we're tracking some showers for our Super Bowl weekend. It's all coming up in a few.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, February 9th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and joining us right now, meteorologist Justin Chambers with another day close to 60.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, how about yesterday? 65. I mean, we were 7 degrees off our record high.
I was grilling last night.
Were you really?
Yeah, you were here talking about it, so I grilled last night.
Grill cast. I might be able to fire that up again today because our temperatures are going to stay mainly in the 60s again this afternoon. It's going to be a little cloudier and a little breezier as well. That wind is really going to be kicking up. That's ahead of our next weather maker. Some of the cloud cover out there right now from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam is what we're seeing, and that's keeping our temperatures kind of mild. So a cloudy and mild morning for our weather story for the day. Breezy and warm for the afternoon, and then we are tracking colder temperatures as we head into the weekend. So this morning, as you get out and about, grab that cup of joe, maybe a warm beverage with temperatures in the 40s. But this afternoon, maybe an iced coffee with temperatures in the upper 50s and lower 60s in central Maryland. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Fox 45 News following 3 big stories for you this morning.
One person is dead. 5 others are injured this morning after 2 cars crash into a building, causing the building to collapse. The investigation that is underway right now.
An alarming report from Project Baltimore revealing the serious problems within Baltimore City Public Schools. What city and state leaders said when we pressed them on the crisis in the classroom.
Plus, a manhunt is underway right now in Baltimore County after police say a man opened fire, injuring 1 officer. We begin there. Baltimore County police still searching for this man, who police say is considered armed and dangerous.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from Cockeysville with the latest in this search and what led to it. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom and Patrice, this manhunt has been active since yesterday afternoon, so this is still an ongoing and active investigation. And I want to show you that there are still several officers here off of Powers Avenue. We also just saw some officers leaving this home over here to my left, and that is also near Hollow and Sherwood Roads. But right now, again, we're on Powers Avenue. Now, this road was closed earlier, but it does look like it is now open. Baltimore County Police, though, are actively searching for 24-year-old David Lithicum. Let's pull up that most recent photo of Lithicum that police released this morning. He was last seen wearing a black hoodie and black pants. Police consider him to be armed and dangerous.
It's important to note that we do consider him armed and dangerous. Do not approach him. If located, please call 911 immediately. His hair is now auburn. He has facial hair.
So at around 2:30 yesterday afternoon, officers were called to the area of Powers Avenue and Sherwood Road in Cockeysville in reference to a person in crisis. When officers got there, a family member escorted them to the person in crisis, but during that exchange, the individual set off a firearm. One of the Baltimore County police officers was injured from that, but that officer has now been released from the hospital and we're told is in good spirits. But again, you want to avoid this area around Powers Avenue, and remember that Lithicum is considered to be armed and dangerous. So if you do see him, please do not approach him, but you should call police. For now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
One of our officers spotted a stolen vehicle. As the officers approached the vehicle, at some point, the individuals in the vehicle recognized police presence, took off at a high rate of speed. At this intersection behind us, they struck another vehicle, which at one point or another, one of those vehicles ended up hitting a pedestrian who was on the sidewalk.
Developing this morning, an investigation is underway after a person is killed and at least 5 others hurt after 2 cars crashed into each other and then into a house. It happened late last night on the corner of East North Avenue and North Wolf Street. According to the police, the house then collapsed. The debris hit the pedestrian. That pedestrian was taken to Johns Hopkins Hospital in critical condition. No word on their condition this morning. On the left there, you're taking a live look of the scene this morning. On the right, that was the scene last night, just moments after the crash. We will continue to follow this developing story all morning and bring you updates as they come in.
5:04 and a stunning report from Project Baltimore showing the situation in some Baltimore City public schools is dire. It shows 23 city schools have 0 students who tested proficient on the state math exam. 2,000 students in total took the math test at these schools and not one passing math at a grade level.
Listen to those numbers. Where is the bell ringing for some type of crisis moment? My God.
This isn't a red siren. I don't know what is to say. This isn't working. We need to completely redo this.
Fox 45 News has been pressing leaders in both Baltimore and Annapolis about who is at fault for the failures and what they're planning to do about it. In Annapolis, state lawmakers refuse to answer our questions.
I sent you an email about the 23 schools in Baltimore City who have 0 students who are proficient in math.
When you do a school story about something succeeding in the schools, I'll respond. You never do. So
who do you hold accountable for the failing?
Your bosses for the distorted coverage you provided.
Well, the data came from Baltimore City Public Schools.
Fox 45 News sent questions to the entire Baltimore City delegation asking who they hold accountable and if they will ask for further investigations into the school system and why millions more dollars will be given to city schools given the test scores. Senator McCory McCrae and delegates Jackie Addison and Caitlin Young responded saying everyone is accountable for student achievement.
Fox 45 News also sent questions to City Council asking about those test scores. We asked a few members in person, including Councilman Mark Conway, who tells us he says that there should be an oversight hearing to talk about the failing grades. Councilman Ryan Dorsey refused to talk about the issues.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not talking to any Sinclair affiliate. That's the end of that.
You don't have any concerns about these failing schools?
No, I don't have any interest in talking to anybody from any Sinclair broadcast group affiliate.
Why is
that? I'm not going to talk about it.
Well, this isn't the first time Councilman Dorsey has dismissed Fox 45 News. 2020, Fox 45 News reaching out to the councilman about asking about his tweet calling for the city's police memorial to be removed. He responded saying, no comment for Sinclair Broadcast Group. A year before, he told Sinclair to, quote, drop dead in a response to a question. Now, you can find more on the failing test scores and our demand for answers on our website, foxbaltimore.com. And this brings us to our question of the day. Do you trust Dr. Sonia Santelises to lead Baltimore City schools? As you see right there at the bottom of the screen, so far 96% of our voters have responded no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Project Baltimore tab to weigh in.
If you have concerns about education that you want your local representatives in Annapolis to address, scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you directly to our website, which lists their official email and phone numbers. The death toll continues to rise in Turkey and Syria days after one of the deadliest earthquakes strikes. How the U.S. is stepping in to help those in need.
Baltimore City Charter School may be forced to close its doors, how some students' parents are reacting, and why the school CEO is asking for grace.
Got some cloud cover out there right now. Temps are cool this morning. Another mild day ahead, but some changes for the weekend. We'll talk about it coming up.
5:10 and from the Live Center this Thursday morning. Right now, search and rescue teams frantically combing through the rubble following one of the deadliest earthquakes to strike Turkey and Syria. As the death toll now crosses 16,000, we are learning at least 3 Americans were killed. The U.S. State Department confirming the deaths. The names of those victims have not been released. Meanwhile, U.S. officials say they are working closely with local authorities to assist any U.S. citizens still in the affected areas. Taking a look at some drone footage showing huge cracks, though. Look at this roadway here. This is the road that connects Turkey and Syria. And because of this, the damage is forcing cross-border aid to temporarily pause. But senior UN officials say it will resume in the coming days. Rescuers are racing against time as the window to find survivors buried in the rubble. Here is one of those dramatic rescues, though. You can see 2 women being rescued, pulled from the rubble after being trapped for more than 62 hours. That's just one of the incredible stories of survival that we've seen unfold in the days since that powerful 7.8 earthquake, then 7.5 aftershocks struck that region. The death toll, as we said, now more than 16,000 rising as Turkey's president battles criticism over the government's reaction time. Critics say they move too slow. President conceded that there were problems, but says the situation is now under control, calling for unity within the nation.
A high-performing charter school shutting down. Why the school CEO says it's all over, quote, technicalities.
Plus, an investigative hearing happening today regarding the city's conduit system, the new deal from the mayor that has some city council members frustrated. 5:11 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition.
We spent 5:14 now in continuing coverage as some city schools deal with ongoing problems. A high-performing Baltimore City charter school is in danger of closing its doors.
Fox 45 News' Rebecca Pryor reports the school CEO says it is all over what he is calling technicalities.
Yeah, while the school system hasn't officially revoked this charter, they have said it's a very real possibility, a possibility that now has parents, students, and staff that I've been speaking with up in arms.
To know that we may be moving or closing it's very disheartening.
A month inside the Baltimore City public school system is all it took for Regina James Banks to pull her 4 kids out of public schools and place them into a city charter.
Overcrowded classrooms, teachers that are just overwhelmed. It's just too chaotic in the regular Baltimore City traditional setting for me and my family.
Here at the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys, she says her sons are thriving.
They take time with the guys here and get to know them and push them forward for the future.
But soon this charter may no longer be an option for her children.
It's very upsetting.
It's just very disappointing. I would hope that we could partner better.
The school CEO, Edwin Avent, says an annual review found the charter was suffering in several categories.
I would classify them as technicalities.
Technicalities, he says, involve things like missing paperwork or simple data entry errors.
They were procedural, operational things that we believe can be and have been addressed.
However, in the report found on the district's website, the city finding the charter's teaching practices and staffing also falling short. The report reading in part, quote, the operator of Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys has had serious ongoing operational difficulties over the course of the contract, which have affected the safety or well-being of students, staff, or the district. Still, Avent argues the challenges facing his charter are far less concerning than the challenges seen in public schools citywide.
I don't think that they rise to the level of closing a school, because certainly if we were a district school and it were the same issues, you wouldn't be closing a district school.
And according to Avent, the charter's current graduation rate is around 95%, and their college enrollment rate is well over 50%, much higher than what's seen in city public schools, where only 69% of students graduate and 47% go to college.
We don't blame the city, but what we ask for is grace, because I do believe that their schools are going through some of the similar challenges that we're going through.
I have 4 boys and everybody's gone here, and this will be a really miss from our family if we was to close.
Now, again, there's been no official recommendation to revoke this charter. That will likely happen next Tuesday when the Baltimore City School CEO, Dr. Sonia Santalese, is scheduled to make her official recommendations before the Board of Commissioners. Reporting in Baltimore, Rebecca Pryor, Fox 45 News.
Ahead at 7:15 on Fox 45 Morning News, we'll speak with former City Council member Carl Stokes about issues concerning the school.
Fox 45 News, a Project Baltimore committed to uncovering the problems within Baltimore City public school system. Our commitment to you is to question school and city leaders and to hold them accountable. You can follow along both on air and on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Trending this morning, a record-breaking weekend for the Maryland State Police Polar Bear Plunge. So far, the group has raised more than $3.4 million for the Special Olympics of Maryland. That's their largest single weekend total, and it's just about $15,000 short of their goal. Fundraising lasts until March 4th, so you can still donate at plungemd.com. I have a feeling they're going to reach that goal.
Oh, yeah. Incredible. I love that
and
shot,
it was
too, of everyone coming in.
Cold weekend.
Colder outside than it was in that water.
Well,
yeah.
it's a lot easier to just go online and donate than have to do that. You know what I mean?
Well, there
right?
you go. They need 15 more thousand. You can handle that.
Yeah.
You know, that's one click for you.
One click, yeah. Okay, great. Let's take a look outside, see what's going on. National Pizza Day.
Oh, we have pizza coming in today.
What? We have pizza coming in? That's a thing? All right. I just read it was National Pizza Day, and I'm excited about that. Pizza is good anytime, especially in the morning time when we're here and at the dark 30. All right, here's a look at our live cam downtown Baltimore. A lot of cloud cover that's out there right now. Our temperatures on the cool side, right about 44 officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No wind to speak of. We were in the mid-60s yesterday. The warm front is moving in, and you can see all of the action that's in the Central Plains. Pretty active day here. This area of low pressure right near St. Louis, bringing snow to the west and rain to the east, and then out into the Chicago area, through Detroit, into parts of Cleveland. That's where we're seeing those rain showers. There's the cold front right there that extends down through the Mid-South into the southern states, and that's going to be tracking in our direction as we head toward the weekend. Here's a look at our bus stop forecast. Beep, beep. Make sure those kids have the ready, the winter gear-ish to go here this morning. it's kind of one of those onion days, right? Peel back the layers, mid-40s this morning, but then low to mid-60s for the kids when you pick them up this afternoon. And we may see a stray shower overall, but not really tracking a lot in the way of rain, not until we get to the weekend. Upper 50s and low to mid-60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also some low to mid-60s for Elk Ridge and Columbia down through Odenton, 60s Severna Park, upper 50s in Annapolis, a little cooler closer to the water. Eastern Shore, you're mainly in those low to mid-60s for your highs this afternoon. Let's check our forecast here. This is our future scan. So notice what's going on. There's the cold front right there. We've got wind advisories in Garrett and Allegheny counties. The wind really picking up from the southwest later today. Most of us will see a southerly wind, so it will be breezy. And again, we keep the clouds around today. May see a stray shower this afternoon. Overall, into Friday, a little bit drier conditions, less in the way of wind, but our temperatures are still mild. Then that colder air, we're going to realize that by Saturday. You'll see those mainly sunny skies under that ridge of high pressure. Saturday night into Sunday is where things get a little bit more active. Some of the models want to bring in some rain showers in the overnight hours into early Sunday morning. Other models keep everything to the south. Either way, a little unsettled Saturday night into Sunday morning as we head towards Super Bowl weekend. 5 days until Valentine's Day. We're 11 days out from President's Day right now. We spring forward in about a month and 39 days until the spring equinox, even though it felt like spring yesterday. And we keep those 60s going through Friday. As I mentioned, upper 40s here for Saturday and Sunday for the Super Bowl. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week, heading toward Valentine's Day, numbers go back up. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the area, around the Baltimore region. Moving along just fine. All the roads wide open around Baltimore. Now, when we had to check of your mass transit, though, we have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Thursday, Mark.
Happy Thursday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find a couple delays. Train 505 on the PAD line and Camden 841, both running with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Light rail link right on schedule for your commute start, and Metro subway link the same. Looking good in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A manhunt underway right now in Baltimore County as residents remain under a shelter in place. The man police say is armed and dangerous.
Plus, an investigative hearing into the city's greatest asset. Why some city council members are frustrated with the new deal over control of the conduit system. 522, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 525. Following the war in Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky is asking for more advanced weapons as Ukraine braces for an anticipated Russian offensive.
The president of Ukraine made that unannounced visits to Britain and France yesterday. In a speech to the UK Parliament, Zelensky thanking the British people for their support since the invasion nearly a year ago. He also made a push for fighter jets and other supplies. Britain's prime minister said the warplanes were part of the conversation.
First of all, we've been very clear, and we've been clear for a long time, that when it comes to the provision of military assistance to Ukraine, nothing is off the table. And that's because we're determined to ensure that Vladimir, the president, and his people can be victorious.
Zelensky also met with King Charles II while in Britain. He then traveled to Paris for dinner with French President and the German Chancellor. Another warm day ahead with temperatures reaching into the 60s again. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know just how long this, well, kind of heat wave will stick around.
A manhunt is currently underway here in Baltimore County. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live where the search began, and I'll bring you the latest updates.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and another warm one again today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yeah, temperatures are going to stay very mild for the afternoon as we'll keep those 60s going, more spring-like than the middle of winter. Looking outside right now from our Towson camera, you can see some of those clouds hanging around. Just checking the radar, actually just picking up a few light showers in northern Baltimore County, north of Cockeysville, over toward northern Harford County as well. This is all part of a larger system that is just to the north of us, kind of passing through. So again, a couple of sprinkles out there. You may see that, but other than that, really not much in the way of rain. Cloudy and mild for the morning, breezy and warm for the afternoon, and a colder weekend ahead. Definitely going to see a difference in temperatures by the time we get to Saturday. But Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Numbers in the 40s. You may need your windshield wipers depending on when you head out over the next couple of hours, but again, not a lot of rain. 64 today, 60 tomorrow, and then upper 40s on Saturday. So as I mentioned, those temperatures definitely dropping for the weekend. We'll have another look at that forecast in just a few.
Let's take a look now at the Lynn Stoller traffic network in your drive times. If you're about to get up and out, now's a good time. You are in the green across the board. 5:30 and happening right now. A manhunt is underway in Baltimore County after police say a man opened fire, injuring one officer.
Now, that incident happening yesterday, but police are still searching for this man. You take a moment to look at your screen, who police say is considered to be armed and dangerous.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from Cockeysville. She's got the latest in the search and what led up to this. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, as you mentioned, this manhunt has been underway since yesterday afternoon. So this is still a very active and ongoing investigation. And I know it's dark out. We're actually in a residential neighborhood, but let me show you that there are still several officers here off of Powers Avenue. We've also seen officers going in and out of this home that's to my left. This home is also near Hollow and Sherwood Roads. Powers Avenue was closed earlier this morning, but it looks like it is now open. Baltimore County Police are actively searching for 24-year-old David Lithicum. Let's pull up the most recent photo of Lithicum that police released earlier this morning. Now, he has long auburn hair, facial hair, and was last seen wearing a black hoodie and black pants. Police consider him to be armed and dangerous. Now, this all began yesterday at around 2:30 in the afternoon when officers were called to the area of Powers Avenue and Sherwood Road in Cockeysville in reference to a person in crisis.
When our officers arrived on the scene, a family member escorted them to the subject who was in crisis. During that exchange, the subject discharged a firearm. One of our officers was injured as a result of that. He was taken to a local hospital. He is currently being evaluated and is listed in stable condition.
Now, this morning, police sent out an update saying that thankfully that officer has since been released from the hospital and is in good spirits. But again, you want to avoid this area around Powers Avenue. And remember that Lithicum is considered to be armed and dangerous. So if you do see him, please do not approach him, but you should call 911. For now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. 5:32 and happening today, the Baltimore City Council set to hold hearings on the city's new deal with BGE over Baltimore's 700-mile underground conduit system.
Under the deal, BGE will pay a reduced rent for the system's use, but will have to commit more than $130 million toward improvements. Under the current agreement, BGE was paying an annual fee of about $28 million to operate the system. BGE will also get blanket and expedited permitting for its underground work. Members of the city council are frustrated with the agreement, saying they weren't aware that the mayor was negotiating changes to a major city asset.
I think the biggest part is like trying to really understand the motivation of the administration.
They're able to make a decision, cut a deal, and nobody knows about it. And so what we're asking here and what the committee is going to be asking on Thursday night is for details that we should have had a month ago.
Now, in November, voters passed a charter amendment which bars the city from selling the conduit system. When Fox 45 News pressed Mayor Scott on whether the new plan violated the will of the voters, he said the agreement is not a sale and that the city will still own the system.
34. A report from Project Baltimore is revealing the situation in some Baltimore city schools is dire. It shows 23 city schools have 0 students who tested proficient on the state math exam. 2,000 students in total took the math test at those schools, and not one did math at grade level. Now, the report is just the latest problem Project Baltimore has uncovered. In 2021, they discovered so-called ghost students and grade changing at Augusta Fells Savage High School, which is one of the 23 schools with 0 students scoring proficient in that state math test. Then last summer, Project Baltimore heard from 5 families who say their children with disabilities were forced to miss significant amounts of class, but their report cards showed fake grades and attendance.
Despite those problems, the city school CEO, Dr. Sonia Santelises, is being honored for her accomplishments. In the Sunday edition of the Baltimore Sun, Dr. Santelises was named one of the 25 black mail-inders to watch in 2023. On the front page of that article, Santelises was praised for her accomplishments over the past 6 years. The article pointed to a bright spot this fall when federal test scores known as the NAEP showed city schools had performed better in several areas compared to the rest of Maryland. For example, 8th grade reading scores held steady from Baltimore from the pandemic, but the article did not explain that. According to the NAEP, Baltimore is now 21 points below the national average for large cities. It's an all-time low for the city since national testing began 13 years ago. Santelises, who was quoted in the Baltimore Sun article, did not agree to an interview with Project Baltimore when we reported the NAEP scores in November.
At a city school board of commissioners meeting, parents had a different view of Dr. Sonia Santelises than the Baltimore Sun.
I have no confidence in Dr. Santelises because where is she?
We have a CEO who is in charge of these schools and as well as the school board, and I know complaints have been sent to them and they need to hold themselves accountable.
She needs to go.
Yes.
Now, school leaders telling parents many students are still struggling to catch up from learning loss because of the pandemic.
Students suffered during the pandemic, especially in math.
So my question is, what are we doing? So we invested millions of dollars in tutoring. We've given out devices.
We introduced small group learning.
I represent the Black Church of Baltimore. We're acting right now.
COVID had an impact on the academics of kids across Baltimore City and across the state, across the entire country. However, there were problems in Baltimore City schools far beyond the 2 years or 3 years we've had of COVID.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Do you trust Dr. Sonia Santelises to lead Baltimore City Public Schools? So far, 96% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Project Baltimore tab to weigh in.
5:37 from the Live Center this morning. We are standing by for the next weekly unemployment claims report to drop this morning. It happens at 8:30. Despite the recent layoff headlines, the number of people filing for first-time unemployment fell to a 9-month low last week. We'll see if that continues when the new numbers come out at 8:30. Now, speaking of layoffs, tech company Zoom announced layoffs. Zoom says it will let go of around 1,300 employees, or about 15% of the staff. Company executives will also be taking pay cuts. Now, the CEO is reducing his own salary by 98% for this year and giving up his bonus. Zoom tripled in size during the pandemic as demand soared for things like virtual meeting software. Still ahead, we'll have more on-job cuts also being made by Disney.
An investigation is underway this morning after a car crashes into a house, causing it to collapse. What police say led up to the destruction.
Anne Arundel County is releasing its proposed school redistricting map. How you can voice your opinion on the proposed map.
Plus, another spring-like day ahead. Our Weather Authority team letting us know just how long the warmer temperatures will be sticking around. 5:38, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Hey there, everybody. Hey, good morning. How are you? How you doing? 5:41 is your time right now. Our HD radar, as we look right now on the big screen, we are seeing just a few light showers that are passing through some of our northern counties, northern Baltimore, Carroll, and Harford counties at this time. Not going to see much in the way of actual rainfall today, but low to mid 40s is where we are with our temperatures right now. And as you head out over the next couple of hours, we will see that potential for a few of those sprinkles on your windshield, but numbers climbing into the upper 40s through 9 a.m.
541 trending this morning. Anne Arundel County is releasing its proposed school redistricting map.
Now, the plan is broken into northern and southern tiers. The northern tier will be redistributed next year, while school officials will tackle the southern district in 2026. County Executive Stuart Pittman says it's not an easy process.
I can just tell you that this is very difficult and heart-wrenching for some families, because there will be children who will be changing schools, and that some people will be happy and a lot of people won't. So I just want to note that it's coming, note that it's necessary, note that we will stand behind our school board and our superintendent as they make very, very difficult decisions.
Sounds like a major warning right there. Public comment is open through the end of May. You can make your voice heard at foxbaltimore.com.
Netflix is taking new measures to prevent users from sharing accounts. Still ahead, how soon you could expect to pay some extra fees.
Two cars crash. One goes into a building, causing it to collapse, the event leading up to the chaos. 5:42, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:45 on this Thursday morning, and topping your consumer news, Netflix's new program to crack down on password sharing is expected to hit the U.S. in the next few weeks. It was rolled out in Canada, New Zealand, Portugal, and Spain just yesterday after debuting in Latin America. Subscribers pay an extra monthly fee to share their account with people outside of their household. The fees vary, too, by country. It's about $6 in Canada and Spain. The streaming giant estimates more than 100 million households share accounts, which undermines its ability to invest in and improve the platform. Disney says it's cutting 7,000 jobs, or about 3% of its global workforce. It's part of the company's $5.5 billion cost-cutting effort. CEO Bob Iger said the company will begin, quote, significant transformation. Now, this comes after a challenging 2-year tenure by his successor, Bob Chapek. CNN notes shares of Disney dropped 43% in 2022. CVS Health is spending more than $10 billion to purchase primary care provider Oak Street Health. That's all part of a deal. The drugstore chain will add nearly 170 Medicare-focused clinics to its portfolio. The two companies expect to close the deal this year, CVS' latest move to expand into a direct healthcare sector. Now, last year, the company agreed to buy home health care provider Signify Health for $8 billion. Regulators are still reviewing that deal.
We are going to see another spring-like day today with temperatures reaching into the 60s. Many of you are getting outside this week to enjoy the warmer weather. Look at this. Gino sent us this picture of his pup playing outside in all the warmth. And then Robin sent this adorable picture of Lacey and Dixie hanging out by the window. They were just enjoying the beautiful day as well. We want to see how you are enjoying this week's weather. You can scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
The dogs weren't outside, though. I don't understand that.
They were looking out the window. There was a window
I
by
didn't see a
there.
window.
The one looked like it was looking at the other one.
Okay,
like,
well,
this is my couch.
you check that out with a Robin. Who sent that in?
You need pictures of dogs outside for weather.
That's what I want. I took a picture of myself outside playing golf yesterday.
I saw that.
I played
We
golf.
didn't put that up there with the dogs. Somebody should have sent it
I don't
in.
know why.
Chimed in for you.
I put it on Instagram.
A meteorologist out on the golf course. Nobody ever sees that.
No, never. It's a good time yesterday. Rocky Point, yeah. Greens were more like, quilts because they were kind of patchy. But either way, it was still a great day to be outside. Hopefully you got to be outside as well. 65 was our high yesterday afternoon. Now, temperatures are still going to be mild for today. More cloud cover. We're already seeing that cloud cover right now over our downtown Baltimore shot. Even that is bringing just a few light showers north of Cockeysville on 83 up toward New Freedom, right over toward northern Harford County, over toward Bel Air, even out through Port Deposit and Aberdeen on 95 to the north. This is just a weak little system that's passing through to the north, so not going to do much in the way of a real rainfall. Now, all of this is setting up our next weather maker. So we've got a warm front right here out ahead of the cold front. And this is a pretty big system that is impacting areas in the Central Plains. That large area of low pressure right there. Omaha, Nebraska dealing with snow. St. Louis, Missouri dealing with rain. That's what we're seeing right there. And then that rain extends up into Chicago and Detroit. All of this is going to be making its way toward us over the next couple of days. Our temperatures mainly staying in the 40s for the next few hours on your Rise and Shine cast. Sun comes up at 7:06. Won't see much of the sun today. Our average this time of year is in the 40s. Most of us in the 60s this afternoon. Still some mid to upper 50s. The further south you go, we're talking 70s. Charleston, West Virginia, Richmond at 73 today. Even down to the ocean, still temperatures in the mid 50s. But notice our numbers dropping off significantly. Saturday and Sunday, we're going to go back near average. And then we're right back into the above average category as we head toward the middle of next week. So here comes that front. You can see the warm front right here. Overall this afternoon, may see a stray shower or two, keeping the clouds around as that front passes through late tonight into tomorrow. Back behind that, we'll have some drier air in place, and temperatures will be a little cooler on Friday, but really realizing that colder air as we head into Saturday and Sunday. That ridge of high pressure settling in. Dry for most of Saturday. Sunday, a little different. We're going to see some showers that will develop, mainly rain showers in the middle part of the morning to the afternoon. As I mentioned, those temperatures are going to be dropping, but we're drier and warmer next week. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network and taking a look at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. No major issues to report. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got 10 train 511 and 10 train 407 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC are on time for your travels. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, a good ride there. No delays in either direction of Light Rail Link service and Metro Subway Link on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
I'm Atrell Nashar on Capitol Hill, and coming up, President Biden touting economic progress as Americans consider if they're better off than they were 2 years ago.
Plus, the search continues this morning for an armed and dangerous man in Baltimore County. The order currently in place for residents. 5:51, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.54 and making headlines this morning. New documents show the officer who pulled Tyree Nichols from his car never explained why he was being stopped.
Now, the documents were released by the Tennessee's Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission. They state that Officer Demetrius Haley never told Nichols the purpose of the vehicle stop or why he was under arrest. They also allege that Haley took pictures of Nichols as he lay propped up against the police car, then sent them to other officers and a female acquaintance. 5 officers have been charged with second-degree murder in this case.
South Carolina law enforcement is now investigating a bomb threat that halted the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have to evacuate the building at this time, so we'll be in recess until we discover what's going on.
You can see witnesses and other attendees gathered outside the Colton County Courthouse yesterday. Police dogs were brought in to help sweep the courthouse. Court staff and attorneys were allowed back in 2 hours later after the building was cleared.
Lawmakers in both major parties slamming Twitter executives for their content moderation policies, but for different reasons. Republicans accusing the platform of censoring conservatives like Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was temporarily suspended from the platform after alleging spreading COVID misinformation.
You violated countless conservative Americans. You abused the power of a large corporation, big tech, to censor Americans. And you want to know something? Guess what? I'm so glad that you're censored down. I'm so glad you've lost your jobs.
Well, across the aisle, Democrats criticized Twitter for not removing enough harmful content. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez pointing out to Twitter a former President Trump that violated policy on abuse against immigrants, and a former Twitter policy official testifying the social media site changed its policy so Trump's tweet no longer violated it.
Twitter changed their own policy after the president violated it in order to potentially accommodate his tweet?
Yes.
Thank you. So much for bias against right wing on Twitter.
The hearing was meant to focus on Twitter's decision to suppress the New York Post story about Hunter Biden's laptop. In the State of the Union address and during a visit to Wisconsin, President Biden highlighting job creation and declining inflation, but poll after poll shows Americans have a low opinion of the economy.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar takes a look at why.
Feeling good. President Biden facing a tough political reality, the stark difference between progress and perception.
The President of the United States.
Using the State of the Union to credit his policies for the robust labor market with the lowest unemployment rate since 1969.
Jobs are coming back. Pride is coming back. Because choices we made in the last several years.
And at a union training center in southern Wisconsin, previewing benefits he vows will come from legislation like the CHIPS and Science Act he signed into law last year. But a recent CBS poll finds 53% say the president's policies are making the U.S. economy worse.
This State of the Union was widely viewed as the president's soft launch of a 2024 run. And in all presidential elections, voters are asked if they're better off than they were 4 years ago. A new Gallup poll shows 50% say they're worse off financially than they were 1 year ago, and that's up 14 points from 2021. 35% say they're better off. The president seemed to acknowledge this.
You wonder whether the path even exists anymore for your children to get ahead without having to move away.
Even some Democrats argue they need to meet Americans where they are.
We haven't fixed the economy, and we've got to be honest with people that there's a lot of work still to do.
Grocery prices still up almost 12% from a year ago. Gas prices stubbornly high, the national average sitting at $3.44 per gallon, according to AAA. Americans also spending down extra savings built up during the pandemic. Goldman Sachs estimates 35% was spent by mid-January, and 65% will be exhausted by the end of the year. Republicans blame it entirely on the president.
Inflation is running away because of the reckless government spending that has happened on his watch.
Halfway through his term, the president's conveying optimism, but Americans generally aren't feeling it for themselves yet. On Capitol Hill, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
We want you to join the conversation. Do you want to see President Biden run for re-election in 2024? So far, 93% of those who have voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the Pulse tab to weigh in.
A manhunt is currently underway here in Baltimore County. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live where the search began, and I'll bring you the latest updates.
Police pursuit for a stolen vehicle ends with a deadly building collapse just ahead this morning. Details we're learning about the victims who are caught in the middle.
Our temperatures are in the 40s right now. Maybe a stray shower as you head out. We'll track what we can expect this afternoon and how long these above average temperatures stick around. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, excuse me, on this Thursday, February 9th, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to get a check of the weather.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here for that.
Yeah, stepping in on a Thursday, guys, and overall, Friday Eve, not looking too bad. We saw 65 yesterday. That was a real nice afternoon with lots of sunshine. Now, today, a little bit more in the way of cloud cover. We are seeing those clouds hanging around right now from our Towson cam. Still about an hour before the sun comes up. Even some of you maybe even seeing a bit of a sprinkle or two. You can see a few of those light showers, northern Baltimore County, over into parts of northern Hartford and over towards Cecil County at this time. This is just a weak system that is passing to the north of us, so we're just grabbing a couple of those light showers. And you may see a stray shower as we get later into the afternoon today as well. Statewide, our numbers are mainly in the 40s for North Beach up into Annapolis and Baltimore, 46 in Westminster, 42 your temp in Hagerstown. So as we look at your weather story for the day, a cloudy and mild morning, breezy and warm for the afternoon with colder temperatures for the weekend. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Stoller traffic and network here and some of the cameras around the region. No issues to report. There was a little construction on the Fort McHenry Tunnel, but that is all cleared up, so no issues slowing you down on the Baltimore region. We are following, though, 3 big stories for you this morning.
One person is dead, 5 others injured this morning after 2 cars crashed into a building, causing it to collapse.
The investigation is underway right now, but an alarming report from Project Baltimore showing how serious the problems are in some city schools. What city and state leaders said when we pressed them on the crisis in the classroom.
Plus, a manhunt is underway right now in Baltimore County after police say a man opened fire, injuring 1 officer. He is considered to be armed and dangerous. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from Cockeysville with the latest in that search and what led up to it. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom Patrice, this manhunt has been underway since yesterday afternoon, so this is still a very active and ongoing investigation. And I know it's really dark out. We're actually in a residential neighborhood, but I want to show you that there are still several police officers here at Powers Avenue. We've also seen officers going in and out of this home to my left here, and this home is also near Hollow and Sherwood Roads. Powers Avenue, though, was closed earlier, but it looks like it is now open here. But the shelter in place is also still in effect for this area. Now, Baltimore County Police are actively searching for 24-year-old David Lithicum. Let's pull up the most recent photo of Lithicum that police released this morning. He was last seen wearing a black hoodie and black pants. Police consider him to be armed and dangerous.
It's important to note that we do consider him armed and dangerous. Do not approach him. If located, please call 911 immediately. His hair is now auburn. He has facial hair.
At around 2:30 yesterday afternoon, officers were called to the area of Powers Avenue and Sherwood Road in Cockeysville in reference to a person in crisis. When officers got there, a family member escorted them to the individual in crisis, but during that exchange, the person set off a firearm. One of the Baltimore County police officers was injured from that, but that officer thankfully now has been released from the hospital and we're told is in good spirits. But again, you want to avoid this area around Powers Avenue, and remember that Lithicum is considered to be armed and dangerous. So if you do see him, please do not approach him, but you should call police. And also, if you just see anything out of the ordinary, you should also call 911. But for now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
One of our officers spotted a stolen vehicle. As the officers approached the vehicle, at some point, the individuals in the vehicle recognized police presence, took off at a high rate of speed. At this intersection behind us, they struck another vehicle, which at one point or another, one of those vehicles ended up hitting a pedestrian who was on the sidewalk.
Developing this morning, an investigation is underway after 1 person is killed and at least 5 other people are injured after 2 cars crashed into each other and then into a house. It happened late last night on the corner of East North Avenue and North Wolf Street. According to police, the house then collapsed and debris hit a pedestrian. That pedestrian was taken to Johns Hopkins Hospital in critical condition. No word on their condition this morning. On the left side of your screen there, that's a live look at the scene this morning. On the right, that's the scene last night, just moments after the crash. And you can see crews were trying to, that's actually reversed. On the left side is what was happening last night as crews were trying to dig through the rubble to find anyone who was trapped. We will continue to follow this developing story all morning long and bring you updates as they come in. Why did that change?
6:04, a stunning report from Project Baltimore showing the situation in some Baltimore City schools is dire. It shows 23 city schools have 0 students who tested proficient on the state math exam. 2,000 students took the math test at these schools and not 1 passed math at grade level.
Listen to those numbers. Where is the bell ringing for some type of crisis moment? My God.
This isn't a red siren. I don't know what is to say. This isn't working. We need to completely redo this.
Fox 45 News has been pressing leaders in both Baltimore and Annapolis about who's at fault for the failures and what they're planning to do about it. In Annapolis, state lawmakers refuse to answer our questions.
I sent you an email about the 23 schools in Baltimore City who have 0 students who are proficient in math.
When you do a school story about something succeeding in the schools, I'll respond. You never do. So
who do you hold accountable for the failing?
Your boss is for the distorted coverage you provided.
Well, the data came from Baltimore City Public Schools.
Fox 45 News sent questions to the entire Baltimore City delegation asking who they hold accountable, if they will ask for further investigations into the school system, and why millions more dollars will be given to city schools given the test scores. Senator Corey McCray and delegates Jackie Addison and Caitlin Young responded saying everyone is accountable for student achievement.
Shocking new report revealing hundreds of thousands of students are missing or absent. Just ahead, the assumptions of where they are now.
Our temperatures are mild this morning, maybe a little on the cool side. We'll keep those spring-like numbers for today, but what are we expecting as we head to the weekend? That is the big question. I'll answer it for you coming up in a few. Stay with us. .09 is your time right now on your Thursday morning, Friday Eve, almost the weekend, and our temperatures today are going to still stay on the mild side with a more spring-like feel than the middle of winter. Overall, it's still pretty dark outside. The sun not coming up for another hour or so, and temps right now are mainly in the 40s for Westminster, Baltimore, down through Columbia. 41 Cockeysville, 40 your temp right now in Bel Air. So up for a run or a jog next few hours. We'll keep those 40s going here. Maybe just a light jacket as you head out. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
6:10 and new from the Live Center. We just got our hands on an alarming new report published this morning by the Associated Press that finds hundreds of thousands of students in the U.S. are missing right now. Schools simply don't know where they are. Now, this brand new report looks at school enrollment records with the help of Stanford University, and it finds that 240,000 students, almost 250,000, are missing, meaning they left public schools during the pandemic and this morning cannot be accounted for in any educational system. Now, some stats compiled in the report. In the 21 states where data was available, public school enrollment plunged by 710,000 students between 2019 and 2022. A lot of those students can be accounted for today. Around 103,000 switched to private schools. 184,000 began homeschooling, and around 183,000 moved to other states. But the remaining 240,000, the AP says it's possible they dropped out. But it's not just teenagers. Many students were missing from kindergarten and first grade, which means parents likely kept them home. But their education can't be accounted for, and it could set them back in the years ahead. Now, the majority of missing students are in 2 states. California alone shows over 150,000 students missing in its data. New York is next at 60,000. The Associated Press spoke with Baltimore City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises. She said, "We want to say it's outside stuff that's keeping kids from returning to school, but she worries that teens sometimes lack caring adults at school who can discuss their concerns about life." Now, the report says the true number of students currently listed as missing in America's schools is likely much higher, since the analysis does not include data from 29 states, including states like Texas and Illinois. That is the latest from the Live Center. We have breaking news now. Multiple Baltimore County schools are closed due to the search for an armed and dangerous man in Cockeysville. Take a look at these closures. Cockeysville Middle School, Delaney Valley High School, Mays Chapel Elementary School, Padonia International Elementary School, Warren Elementary School. Their schools and offices are closed for students and staff. There are no before or after programs. The Department of Public Works is facing tough questions from city council members. Just ahead, what the department says it will do to fix the staffing shortage. And a hearing is happening today on the city's new deal with BGE. Just ahead, why members of the city council are frustrated with the agreement. Your time now, 6:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:15 and turning now to a city in crisis. The Department of Public Works is in the hot seat as members answered questions from a city council committee about its staffing problems.
Now, some of the most pressing openings include CDL drivers who drive the trash and recycling trucks. To address the problem, the department says it's currently undergoing a, quote, job classification and compensation study with the help of a private company.
We were picking up the phone and calling candidates nonstop until they actually responded back to us and tell us, if they're interested in coming to work for DPW. We exhausted the list.
Officials with DPW say they will be hosting more hiring events in the spring.
Happening today, the city council is set to have a hearing on the new deal with BGE over Baltimore's 700-mile underground conduit system.
Under the deal, BGE will pay a reduced rent for the system's use, but will have to commit more than $130 million toward improvements. With the current agreement, BGE was paying an annual fee of about $28 million to operate the system. BGE will also get blanket and expedited permitting for its underground work. Members of the city council are frustrated with that agreement, saying they weren't even aware that the mayor was negotiating changes to a major city asset.
I think the biggest part is trying to really understand the motivation of the administration.
They're able to make a decision, cut a deal, and nobody knows about it. And so what we're asking here and what the committee is going to be asking on Thursday night is for details that we should have had a month ago.
Now, in November, voters passed a charter amendment which bars the city from selling the conduit system. When Fox 45 News pressed Mayor Scott on whether that new plan violated the will of the voters, he said the agreement is not a sale and that the city will still own the system.
6:17 now. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell says investments and training helped save Damar Hamlin's life.
Hamlin went into cardiac arrest right on the field during the game between the Bills and the Bengals January 2nd. Goodell says the league's medical personnel train for that exact type of scenario. He and league owners are pleased with their response.
The work that they have invested in by bringing in these great professionals, by bringing the best of the best, did contribute to saving a young man's life, and I'm incredibly proud of that.
The medical director of the NFL Players Association says Hamlin will play professional football again.
And there is a new chapter to Damar Hamlin's extraordinary story. He is the winner of the NFL Players Association's Alan Page Community Service Award. Fans showed their support by donating to his Toy Drive campaign. He's in Arizona, where the Super Bowl will be played on Sunday. He was there to accept the award.
Giving back to my community has always been a big part of who I am. Thankful to my father, who's right here behind me. Growing up, just watching him do community days in our community, and I just always was waiting on my time when it came.
Hamlin's goal of raising $2,500 for the toys, that was shattered. It has now raised more than $9 million.
The second people got a hold of that, they were like, $2,500? Like, okay, we're going to give you $9 million.
Right.
And it's amazing to see Mr. Hamlin there, talking.
Oh, yeah.
And he's
like nothing ever
happened.
And
the fact that they say he'll play again.
Right. I know. Flatlining twice, and he's just up now,
just
no problem at all.
Incredible.
Right?
It is incredible. Think back to that moment we were all watching. Just the whole world stopped for a couple of minutes, and a couple of days, actually. All right, let's take a look outside, guys, right now. Overall, not too bad. We definitely had plenty of sun yesterday. Real nice afternoon with temperatures in the mid-60s. Now, we do have that cloud cover that's out there right now on our Towson camera. You can see that shot right there. And even on our HD radar, picking up just a few light showers that rolled over northern Baltimore County, right along the Maryland-PA line, north of Bel Air, out into Port Deposit and Elkton. You're seeing maybe a sprinkle or two. That larger system kind of tracking through York, PA, and up toward Lancaster right now in Pennsylvania. So not much in our area in terms of rain. We've got another warm front that's going to be building in. We have wind advisories in Garrett and Allegheny County. That's where the wind is going to be picking up later this afternoon. All of us will see at least a southerly wind, and this large system, triple point low right there, right over the Central Plains, bringing snow to the west of it and rain out ahead of that into Chicago, Detroit, and along that frontal boundary is what we're going to see moving in here, that cold front pushing in for the weekend. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, yeah, just a light jacket here this morning with temperatures in the 40s, but no need for the jacket this afternoon. Upper 50s by noon. Into the low and mid 60s, mild conditions later today. Great day to play golf yesterday, and not bad today either. British James couldn't hit a fairway to save his life, but it's all right. 58 by noon, into the low and mid 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Great time out there at Rocky Point. Hopefully you can get out there and play some golf today or just do anything outside. Look at these numbers. 58 the Hereford Zone, 59 Reisterstown, lower 60s for Westminster and Eldersburg down through Towson and Lutherville, 58 Perry Hall and White Marsh, even mid 60s from Baltimore down through D.C. and 70s in Virginia. We're talking Richmond at 73 this afternoon. This is all that southerly wind and that warmer air coming in ahead of that cold front that's pushing through the area. As we take you through tonight into tomorrow, cold front passing through. We'll realize some of those colder temperatures by the weekend. So a little cooler tomorrow, but staying mainly dry. Saturday doesn't look too bad. We're seeing temperatures mainly in the mid to upper 40s. Then some showers start rolling in. Some of the models want to bring that rain in late Saturday night into Sunday morning. Other models want to keep it into Sunday afternoon. Either way, a little bit unsettled on Super Bowl Sunday. Frank the Tank? Nope. Frank the Cat, a.k.a. Will Ferrell, because Debbie Hudson says that Frank is a feral cat that they brought in. So, Debbie, thank you for sending that picture in. Our pet pics, JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Would love to see your pets, and we will put them on TV. I will put them on TV. That's how it works. Our 7-day forecast looks like this. Super Bowl Sunday, again, a little wet in some spots on Sunday afternoon. Just be aware of that with temperatures that are going to be cooler, but next week we warm back up and we dry out as well. All right, let's check in with MJ right now. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Pan Train 511 and Camden Train 845, both operating with 5 to 10-minute delays. The other trains of MARC are on time for travel. Light Rail Link at Thatcher Ride looking good for travel there. No delays in either direction. And Metro Subway Link on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
A manhunt is underway this morning for an armed man that barricaded himself in Cockeysville. The information you need to know if you spot him in the area.
Some lawmakers refusing to answer our questions on how they'll fix the failing public schools. What parents are saying about the shortcomings of the city's education. 6:22 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
We have some breaking news this morning. Another school has been added to the list of closures in Baltimore County due to the manhunt, where police are searching for an armed and dangerous man in the area. Pot Spring Elementary, you see right there, has now been added to the list. Here are the other closures they announced earlier. Cockeysville Middle School, Delaney High School, Mays Chapel Elementary, Padonia International Elementary, and Warren Elementary Schools. Now, schools and offices closed for students and staff. There are no before or after school programs at these locations. In just a moment, we'll give it an update on the search from Olivia Dance.
626 and trending this morning, a record-breaking weekend for the Maryland State Police Polar Bear Plunge. So far, the group has raised more than $3.4 million for the Special Olympics of Maryland. That's their largest single weekend total. They're just about $15,000 short of their goal, but fundraising lasts until March 4th, so you can still donate at plungemd.com.
Cloudy and cool this morning. Our weather authority team, though, letting us know when we should expect that warm up and just how high the temperatures will get today.
As you just heard Tom mention, a manhunt is underway here in Baltimore County. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live where the search began, and I'll bring you the latest details.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We start with breaking news this morning. Multiple Baltimore County schools are closed this morning due to the police search for an armed and dangerous man in the area. Here are the closures. We've got Cockeysville Middle School, Delaney Valley High School, Mays Chapel Elementary, Padonia International Elementary, Warren Elementary, along with Pot Spring Elementary. That has just been added to the list. Schools and offices are closed in all of these schools for students and staff. There are no before or after school programs. In just a minute, we're going to get an update on the search for that armed and dangerous man from Olivia Dance. Welcome back on this Thursday. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. February 9th, and we want to find out if it's going to be just as warm as February 8th. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast for us.
Or just as warm as April 1st, which is how we felt yesterday, right? And not April fooling on that. We're talking about those numbers that were in the mid-60s yesterday afternoon. Overall, not too bad. We do have some cloud cover that's out there at this time. That sun, it's coming up in a little bit, but it's going to be tough to see as we'll stay mainly cloudy today. Numbers are in the 40s. Essex, Middle River over to Rosedale and Dundalk right now. 45 Woodlawn, 42 your Teppan Owings Mills, 44 in Brooklyn Park. So cloudy and mild for the morning time, breezy and warm for the afternoon, although we do have those cloudy skies that'll be around, and then it will be colder for this upcoming weekend. Mr. Bo says we're good to go with your drive. You may see a sprinkle or two, but most of those showers are moving out of here right now, and our highs today in the 60s, close to 60 tomorrow, and then upper 40s on Saturday. So definitely some changes coming for this Super Bowl weekend. Back with your full forecast in just a few. Tom, how are we looking on the roads right now? What are we tracking?
Everyone's great except for if you are right in between Kent Island and the Bay Bridge. There's a marker there. The camera, they just turned it around. You can barely see some flashing, but it was a pickup truck and another vehicle. It looked like a smaller SUV, really damaged there in the middle. So they pulled the camera away from the scene, but it was blocking the right shoulder there as you're going by. So there's some flashing lights. Everybody else, you're moving along just fine.
6:32 and happening now. A manhunt is underway in Baltimore County after police say this man opened fire, injuring an officer.
And they're looking for him right now. The incident happening yesterday. Police considering him to be armed and dangerous.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from Cockeysville. She's got the latest on the search. And what led up to this, Olivia?
Tom, Patrice, this manhunt has been underway since yesterday afternoon, so this is still a very active and ongoing investigation. And I know it's really dark out right now. We're actually in a residential neighborhood, but let me show you that there are still several officers here at Powers Avenue. We've also seen officers going in and out of this home that's to my left. This home is near Hollow and Sherwood Roads. A shelter in place is also still in effect for this area. And as you heard Tom and Patrice mention, we also just got word that 5 Baltimore County schools are closed today because of the police activity. They include Cockeysville Middle School, Delaney High School, Mays Chapel Elementary School, Padonia International Elementary School, Warren Elementary School, and they also just added Pot Spring Elementary School to that list as well. But Baltimore County Police are actively searching for 24-year-old David Lithicum. Let's pull up the most recent photo of Lithicum that police released earlier this morning. He has long auburn hair, facial hair, and was last seen wearing a black hoodie and black pants. Police consider him to be armed and dangerous, but this all began yesterday at around 2:30 in the afternoon when officers were called to this area of Powers Avenue and Sherwood Road in Cockeysville in reference to a person in crisis.
When our officers arrived on the scene, a family member escorted them to the subject who was in crisis. During that exchange, the subject discharged a firearm. One of our officers was injured as a result of that. He was taken to a local hospital. He is currently being evaluated and is listed in stable condition.
Now, this morning, police sent out an update saying that officer has since been released from the hospital and thankfully is in good spirits. But again, you want to avoid this area around Powers Avenue. And remember that Lithicum is considered to be armed and dangerous. So if you see him, please do not approach him, but you should call police. And also, if you just see anything out of the ordinary, you should also call 911. But for now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
When you see stories coming out like this from Project Baltimore, it should make you scream and say, what are we doing? If you want to know why you have kids running the streets, shooting each other and everything else, because they're frustrated because they're not able to succeed in life.
A stunning report from Project Baltimore is revealing the situation in some Baltimore City schools is dire. It shows 23 city schools have 0 students who tested proficient on the state math exam. 2,000 students in total took the math test at these schools, and not one did math at grade level. Now, this report is just the latest problem Project Baltimore has uncovered. In 2021, they discovered so-called ghost students in grade changing at Augusta Fells Savage High School, which is one of the 23 schools with 0 students scoring proficient on the math test. Last summer, Project Baltimore heard from 5 families who say their children with disabilities were forced to miss significant amounts of class, but their report cards showed fake grades and attendance.
Despite those problems, the city school CEO, Dr. Sonia Santelises, is being honored for her accomplishments. In the Sunday edition of the Baltimore Sun, Dr. Santelises was named one of the 25 black Marylanders to watch in 2023. Right on the front page of the article, Santelises was praised for her accomplishments over the past 6 years. The article pointing to a bright spot this fall when federal test scores known as the NAEP showed city schools had performed better in several areas compared to the rest of Maryland. For example, 8th grade reading scores held steady from before the pandemic, but the article did not explain that. According to the NAEP, Baltimore is now 21 points below the national average for large cities. It's an all-time low for the city since national testing began 13 years ago. Santelises, who was quoted in the Baltimore Sun article, did not agree to an interview with Project Baltimore when we reported the NAEP scores in November.
At a City School Board of Commissioners meeting, parents had a different view of Dr. Santelises than the Baltimore Sun.
I have no confidence in Dr. Santelises because where is she?
We have a CEO who is in charge of these schools and as well as the school board, and I know complaints have been sent to them and they need to hold themselves accountable.
She needs to go.
Yes.
Well, school leaders telling parents many students are still struggling to catch up from learning loss because of the pandemic.
Students suffered during the pandemic, especially in math.
So my question is, what are we doing? So we invested millions of dollars in tutoring. We've given out devices.
We introduced small group learning.
I represent the Black Church of Baltimore. We're acting right now.
COVID had an impact on the academics of kids across Baltimore City and across the state, across the entire country. However, there were problems in Baltimore City schools far beyond the 2 years or 3 years we've had of COVID.
I feel like they don't care. It's not their children. They don't care.
Just ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, the Links, one mother is willing to go to give her son a better education.
Mostly cloudy this afternoon. Just ahead, what you can expect for your Super Bowl weekend forecast. 6:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Sunrise and nature's optical illusions along the Columbia River Gorge near Hood River, Oregon. Meteorologist Rhonda Shelby says the sun is what you see at the upper right, and a couple of sundogs appeared briefly to the far left and to the upper right of the sun. Meanwhile, another sunrise, a snowy one in Aspen, Colorado. Meteorologist Ed Piotrowski says it was 0 degrees.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
6:41 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, a little bit of that morning glow you can kind of see right there. A lot of cloud cover out there with our temperatures that are mainly in the 40s this hour. 42 Cockeysville, 44 Baltimore City, 43 your temp in Annapolis as you wake up with us in Anne Arundel County this morning. Out for a run or a jog. Next few hours, notice our temps stay in the 40s on your jogging cast. We will be warmer this afternoon, but we keep those clouds hanging around, so not as sunny and bright as we saw yesterday. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. 6:41, one person dead, 5 others hurt this morning following a building collapse. You're taking a live look from the scene. Just ahead this morning, what we're learning about what led up to that deadly collapse. Charter School says the city is threatening to close its doors for good. Still ahead in our next hour, the minor technicalities they say could make this a reality. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. We start off with some breaking news this morning. Multiple Baltimore County schools are closed due to the police search for an armed and dangerous man in the area. In fact, here are some of those closures. Cockeysville Middle School, Delaney Valley High School, Mays Chapel Elementary, Padona International Elementary, Warren Elementary, and they added recently Pot Spring Elementary School added to that list. Schools and offices closed for both students and staff. There are no before or after school programs either. In just a moment, we'll get an update from the search and that manhunt from Olivia Dance. Now to the latest on the manhunt currently underway in Baltimore County.
That's right. Police say a man opened fire, injuring one officer. This is the man. We have a picture that the person that police say is armed and dangerous.
Well, Olivia Dance is joining us. We'll try and get that picture up here in just a little bit. Olivia, you're right from the scene in Cockeysville. What's the latest now on this search?
Well, Tom Patrice, this manhunt has been underway since yesterday afternoon. So this is still a very active and ongoing investigation, and it's starting to get a little bit lighter out, but it is still pretty dark. But I want to show you that there are still several police officers here off of Powers Avenue. And also, when we first got here, we saw some officers coming in and out of this home that's to my left there. There's also a shelter in place still in effect for this area. And as Tom mentioned, 6 area schools are closed today because of the police activity. You can find that list on our website at foxbaltimore.com. The Baltimore County Police are actively searching for 24-year-old David Lithicum. He was last seen wearing a black hoodie and black pants. He has auburn hair and facial hair. Now, police consider him to be armed and dangerous. But at around 2:30 yesterday afternoon, officers were called to the area of Powers Avenue in reference to a person in crisis. When officers got here, a family member escorted them to the individual in crisis. But during that exchange, the person set off a firearm. One of the Baltimore County police officers was injured from that, but that officer has now been released from the hospital, and we are told they're in good spirits. But coming up in about 15 minutes, I'll have more details on this investigation, and we'll also hear from a spokesperson with Baltimore County Police. Tom, Patrice, back to you.
All right, Olivia, thank you. We are taking you live this morning to the scene of a building collapse in East Baltimore. One person has died, 5 others were hurt. This happened when police say a stolen vehicle crashed into another car, and then both of those cars collided into that house at the corner of East North Avenue and North Wolf Street.
6:47 now, the time on this Thursday morning, and yeah, you just saw his elbow right there, but he's popping into the shot here.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers on scene.
On National Pizza Day.
Yes. All right, what's your favorite pizza? You like the plain regular cheese, traditional?
That's a good question. I like pepperoni and sausage. Like just like those two things, like right there. And I do like meatballs in my pizza sometimes.
So you're like a real meat lover, right?
We're all cheese kind of family.
That's all right. Hey, nothing wrong with cheese. It's cheese and bread. Can't go wrong, right? And sauce.
Yeah.
Gotta have sauce. I like a lot of sauce too. That's my thing, Tom and Patrice. Good morning. I gotta have a lot of sauce, and I can't stand when I
like
order,
a wet pizza,
huh?
Like a wet pizza.
Yes, and I always order when I say extra sauce, please. They never put it on. Never put it on. So anyway. Yaya's does. Yaya's Bakery over there on Philadelphia Road when I order from them. So shout out to Yaya's for giving me extra sauce. Our Mile 1 Auto Group, Cam. A lot of cloud cover that's out there right now. Toward the bottom of your screen, you're seeing a little bit of that morning glow as that sun is starting to come up here. And we did see a few showers that rolled through just a few hours, about the last hour or so. Northern Baltimore, Hartford, and over into parts of Cecil County. Not much in the way of actual rain. So again, we saw a few sprinkles earlier, but overall we are dry right now. And as we head toward the afternoon, we do have a warm front building in ahead of that next weather maker. And that's that cold front through the Central Plains. Wind is going to pick up, especially in parts of western Maryland this afternoon. All of us will see the southerly wind all ahead of this cold front that it stretches from Chicago all the way down to the Gulf Coast of Florida. That's where we're seeing that cold front push through. So your rise and shine cast looks like this. Temperatures in the mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours with the sun coming up just after 7 o'clock this morning. And our average this time of year in the mid 40s. I mean, we had 65 yesterday, guys. So overall, we're going to see a lot of low to mid 60s for us, even mid to upper 50s for some. Either way, across the region, we're seeing those above average temperatures. And those warm temps extend down the East Coast, down to Charlotte, 71, 69 Atlanta today, 64 in Nashville. Meanwhile, a little bit colder to the west. That's where we're seeing some of those snow showers in parts of Colorado, the front range there. 70 in Phoenix today. So for those heading to the Super Bowl, lucky enough to be there live, we are going to see a pretty nice weekend in Phoenix. So temperature forecast, this is our tracker. So 60s over the next couple of days. Numbers do drop to the 40s on both Saturday and Sunday. So definitely colder as we head into Super Bowl weekend, but those numbers rising nicely as we head toward the middle of next week. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. Right about 60 on Friday and then 40s into Saturday and Sunday. So as I mentioned, definitely colder. We're tracking some rain showers on Sunday, mainly into the afternoon time. And then those numbers are going to rise and we dry out next week.
All right, thank you, Justin. Here's a live look now from the Len Stoller mobile track on the inner loop of 695. And this is pretty much what you're seeing all around the inner and outer loops this morning. Knock on wood, right?
6:50 now. We are less than a week away from Valentine's Day, and we are feeling the love in the studio this morning. We are?
All right, yeah.
All right,
Okay,
we are.
Sure. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark. You feeling the love or you giving the love?
He's bringing the love. Yeah, that's it.
Love, exciting and new.
Come aboard.
Thank you. Okay. Love may not cost a thing, but it isn't cheap. Americans plan to spend nearly $26 billion on the holiday. That's according to a survey from the National Retail Federation. On average, most people say they'll spend about $192 for presents. The top Valentine's Day gifts are expected to be candy, followed by greeting cards, and then flowers. You don't send me flowers. So get your flowers. I don't know, Tom, it's not a chat, but Tom, do you spend about $200 or no?
Depends on the year. Now with kids, yeah,
Oh,
definitely
wow.
add it in there with the chocolate. But I think for the next time, you should just sing the entire segment.
Well, you know I do. Love. Patrice, do you spend about 200?
I do not.
Okay, I'm not
Nowhere
chatting.
near.
I'm not getting in trouble. No more chatting.
Okay. This guy goes way above.
Justin, we already know Justin's a
We don't do a lot. I mean, my husband will buy flowers. He'll buy stuff. He'll buy flowers, and sometimes we do the chocolate covered strawberries, and we always get something for Naomi. But we don't do a lot of. I don't do a lot.
She's working this year.
Yeah.
So I'm off the hook. I don't do anything.
Well, you know, Friday's
Well, no, you still have to celebrate even if it's not on the day.
I do?
You have to acknowledge it.
All right.
Well,
Try
you gotta get her a meat
try
lover's
not
pizza.
acknowledging it and see what happens.
She loves meat lovers pizza. So yeah.
Friday's payday.
Just eat it in
Just
a
saying,
heart
huh,
shape
Mark?
and leave it.
Heart-shaped pizza. I like that for National Pizza Day. Perfect.
That would be good, actually.
Yeah. All right.
I'd like that.
All right, thank you. Experience a unique Valentine's Day at the zoo. Just ahead in our hometown hotspot, how you can flamingo while having a bottomless mimosa.
And everything about this segment was just way strange. Super Bowl is, it's now just days away. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, a look at the week-long celebrations happening in Arizona.
All right, well, to get us wrap up this segment right here, we need some caffeine.
A lot of it. A coffee break. It's time.
.655 on this Thursday morning. Now to today's assignment America. This morning, questions circulating as to why Twitter decided to prevent a story about Hunter Biden's laptop from being shared on social media platforms.
Later, top executives admitted this action was wrong, leading to Republicans speaking out on Capitol Hill yesterday. National correspondent Christine Frizzell takes a closer look at the claims.
Not in dispute, the widespread power of one of America's top social media sites, Twitter.
These platforms are the virtual town square.
Republicans on the House Oversight Committee laying out their case the platform was coordinating with the federal government to, quote, interfere with the democratic process.
The Biden family investigation begins with the story of how big tech, the media, former intelligence agents, and the Bidens themselves suppressed the story of Hunter Biden's laptop weeks before the 2020 election.
The central question is if Twitter, a private company allowed to make its own decisions about content moderation, was unduly influenced by the federal government when it prevented the sharing of a New York Post story about Hunter Biden's laptop, which top executives believed at the time violated its hacked materials policy. Emails released in a recent version of the Twitter files show FBI special agents used a one-way teleporter to communicate with Twitter, including suggesting the story was a, quote, hack and leak operation from Russia.
The government's saying, we don't think these accounts comply with your terms of service. Please take them down.
Now, Twitter did reverse that decision within 24 hours, a point Democrats honed in on. But they also admonished Twitter for its role as a key organizing platform for the January 6th attacks at the U.S. Capitol.
I don't know precisely how we will solve the problem of private social media platforms being used for the organization of coups and incitement of violent insurrections against the United States or Brazil or any other country. But this is a grave problem confronting democracy.
Other critics call it an old story and a waste of time.
We could be talking about abortion rights, civil rights, voting rights, but instead we're talking about Hunter Biden's half-fake laptop story.
Still, GOP lawmakers moving ahead with confidence they will eventually prove their case of collusion between big tech, the mainstream media, and the FBI. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
You can download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
A manhunt is currently underway here in Baltimore County. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live where the search began, and I'll bring you the latest updates.
A live look now at a deadly building collapse just ahead. The police activity that happened moments before.
I feel like they don't care.
Baltimore City Public School parents fed up. Coming up, Project Baltimore investigates the major changes one mother is demanding.
Our temperature's not too bad right now. We are going to see another day with above average highs for the afternoon. We'll take a look at your full forecast, including what's ahead for the changing conditions this weekend. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We have some breaking news this morning. A manhunt is forcing multiple Baltimore County schools to be closed this morning due to the police search for what they are saying armed and dangerous in the area. Now, here are the closures that they listed out. Cockeysville Middle, Delaney Valley High, Mays Chapel Elementary, Padonia International Elementary, Warren Elementary, and the last one that was just added, Pot Spring Elementary Schools. And the schools and offices closed both to students and all staff. There are no before or after school programs. In just a moment, we'll have an update on the search from Olivia Dance.
Well, good morning to you all on this Thursday, February 9th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers also looking at the forecast for us.
Yeah, we had a real nice day yesterday. A lot of sunshine, temps in the mid-60s. It's cloudy right now, and we're going to keep those clouds around.
Pretty sunrise behind you, though.
Yeah, it's not bad right now, right? As we take a look at our Weather Authority forecast, you can see a little bit of that morning glow. But yeah, we'll have to deal with more cloud cover today, maybe even a stray shower as we head later into the afternoon. But those temperatures are going to be more spring-like than the middle of winter. Statewide, most of our temperatures in the 30s and 40s for Western Maryland, across the Chesapeake, even to Westminster and Bel Air, down in Baltimore City and Annapolis at this time. Weather story looks like this. A cloudy and mild morning, overall breezy. It will be warm again this afternoon, mild to warm, and then we definitely have the colder temperatures on the way for the weekend. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go here on your morning drive, mid to upper 40s as he makes the wink, heading out through Brewers Hill. Another look at your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few. How are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Not bad at all. In fact, Lens Solar Traffic Network here, taking a look at the map around the area, the volume there. We were talking about the accident that happened on the Bay Bridge. They were able to quickly clean that up, and everyone's moving along just fine. Well, 7 o'clock in Fox 45 News, following the three big stories for you this morning.
One person. Two cars crash into a building, causing that building to collapse. We have details on that investigation that is currently underway. And then an alarming report from Project Baltimore showing how serious the problems are in some city schools. What city and state leaders say when we press them on the crisis in the classroom.
Plus, manhunt underway right now in Baltimore County for this man. Take a moment to look at your screen real quick. This comes after he opened fire, according to police, injuring one of their officers. Police say he's considered to be armed and dangerous. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from Cockeysville with the latest search and what led to it, and all the schools around that area now closed down, Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom, this manhunt has actually been underway since yesterday. So this is still a very active and ongoing investigation. And the sun is starting to come up now, so we're getting a better idea of where we are. We're in a residential neighborhood, and I want to show you that there are still several officers here. And when we first got here a couple hours ago, we actually saw officers coming in and out of this house. That's to our left. But a shelter in place is still in effect for this area. And we also just got word, as Tom mentioned, that 6 Baltimore County schools are closed today because of the police presence. They include Cockeysville Middle School, Delaney High School, Mays Chapel Elementary School, Padonia International Elementary School, Warren Elementary School, and Pot Spring Elementary School. Baltimore County Police, though, are actively searching for 24-year-old David Lithicum. Let's pull up that most recent photo of Lithicum that police released earlier this morning. Now, he was last seen wearing a black hoodie and black pants, and police consider him to be armed and dangerous.
It's important to note that we do consider him armed and dangerous. Do not approach him. If located, please call 911 immediately. His hair is now auburn. He has facial hair.
At around 2:30 yesterday afternoon, officers were called to the area of Powers Avenue and Sherwood Road in Cockeysville in reference to a person in crisis. Now, when officers got here, a family member escorted them to the individual in crisis, but during that exchange, the person set off a firearm. One of the Baltimore County police officers was injured from that, but that officer has now been released from the hospital and we're told is in good spirits. But again, you want to avoid this area around Powers Avenue, and remember that Lithicum is considered to be armed and dangerous. So if you see him, please do not approach him, but you should call police. And also, if you just see anything that's out of the ordinary, you should also call 911. But for now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
One of our officers spotted a stolen vehicle. As the officers approached the vehicle, at some point, the individuals in the vehicle recognized police presence, took off at a high rate of speed. At this intersection behind us, they struck another vehicle, which at one point or another, one of those vehicles ended up hitting a pedestrian who was on the sidewalk.
Developing this morning, an investigation is underway after one person is killed and at least 5 other people are injured.
Now, this was the scene just last night, moments after 2 cars crashed into each other. Then one went into that house. You heard the officer talking about it. It happened at the corner of East North Avenue and North Wolf Street. You can see crews digging through debris just to try and find anyone trapped. According to police, this is a live look now from the scene this morning. The house collapsed after the car at least slammed into it. Then debris hit a pedestrian. That pedestrian was taken to Johns Hopkins Hospital in critical condition. No word on their condition this morning. Obviously, a live look from the scene right here. There's still a pile of debris there after that happened last night. We'll be following this story all morning long and bring you any updates as soon as they come in. 7:04, elsewhere in a city in crisis, a Baltimore City mother is calling on someone, anyone, to fix Baltimore City public schools.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, this mother says major changes need to happen now or she's leaving.
Nothing up there for them. Nothing. They go there to get babysit for 8 hours and come home.
Nichelle Watkins is exhausted.
I feel like they don't care. It's not their children. They don't care.
After years of pleading for help from Baltimore City Public Schools.
Look around. I'm in public housing. I can't afford no $1,000 tutor from Sylvan, but that's what he needs. A tutor. How was your school day?
Pretty good. Her son is in 4th grade at Johnston Square Elementary. For years, she says she's been trying to get the school system to hold her son back, give him time to learn the material, instead of just pushing him through the grades. 5 months ago, in October, she even wrote Project Baltimore asking for help, saying her son is not getting the education he needs.
He can't read. He's in the 4th grade. How is he supposed to be productive if he can't read?
Baltimore City is facing a devastating reality as
Then, Watkins saw this Project Baltimore story Monday night, confirming what she already knew.
When I seen the name Johnson Square on there, I knew what I was doing and what I was saying was absolutely correct.
Project Baltimore combed through the 2022 state test results known as MCAP, Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program. Every Maryland student is tested in 3rd through 8th grade, and once again in high school in both math and English. Scores place the students in one of 4 levels. Levels 1 and 2 are considered not proficient. 3 and 4 are proficient. We found in 23 Baltimore City schools, there were 0 students who tested proficient in math. Not a single student. And on that list, Johnston Square.
I wasn't surprised. It needs to be something done today. Yeah, they get a whole lot of money, and it's coming out my check. I see it.
Baltimore City funds nearly 20% of city schools. This year, that amount hit $309 million. So Project Baltimore sent an email to every city council member and Mayor Brandon Scott. We asked, who do you hold accountable for these concerning test results? What steps will you take as an elected leader to address these low scores and improve student outcomes? And will you ask for further investigation to determine why so many schools have so few students proficient in math? Councilman Eric Costello quickly replied, saying he was dismayed by our findings, adding, "This is not the performance that we expect for Baltimore's children." Costello also explained that City Council has virtually no control over the schools, saying the council can do very little when it comes to school performance and can't even withhold funds.
That we invest in them now.
As for the mayor, we didn't receive a reply. As a mother of children who go to one of these 23 schools, do you want to hear from the mayor?
No, not really. I don't. Because what is he going to say? What is he going to do? But make a whole bunch of promises that he's not going to fulfill. So I just feel like that's pointless. I need somebody that's going to do something.
City schools also declined an interview to discuss these 23 schools, but explained in a statement the steps it's taking to improve math scores, including professional development for teachers, summer learning, and an extended learning period at the end of the day. The district said it's confident these steps will work. Watkins is not.
I have a black son that got to grow up in Baltimore City. That's why. That's why I'm so emotional. That means in Baltimore City, you having a black child, a male child at that, is only 2 ways out. You're either gonna be dead or locked up. And I don't want that for my son.
Do you think you still need a tutor?
Watkins told Project Baltimore she has no hope the school system will ever improve.
I want to see hope. I really do.
Her plan is to continue working and save money. As soon as she can afford it, she says she's leaving the city.
That is the plan. That's the only thing I can see. They got to grow up. They got to be able to go to the grocery store. They got to be able to afford bills, a roof. They got to survive. I'm not going to always be here. When I close my eyes, then what?
And you don't think your son's getting the education he needs to survive?
Absolutely. He's not.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
7:10 now, and new from the Live Center. We just got our hands on an alarming new report that was published this morning by the Associated Press, and it finds that hundreds of thousands of students in the U.S. are missing right now. Schools simply don't know where they are. Now, this brand new report looks at school enrollment records with the help of Stanford University, and it finds 240,000 students, almost 250,000, are missing, meaning that they left public schools during the pandemic, and this morning they cannot be accounted for in any educational system. Now, some stats compiled in the report In the 21 states where data was available, public school enrollment plunged by 710,000 students between 2019 and 2022. A lot of those students can be accounted for today. About 103,000 switched to private schools, 184,000 began homeschooling, and another 183,000 moved to other states. But the remaining 240,000, that's the question. The AP says it's possible they dropped out, but it's not just teenagers. Many students were missing from kindergarten and first grade, which means their parents likely kept them home, but their education cannot be accounted for, and it could set them back in the years ahead. Now, the majority of missing students are in 2 states. California alone shows over 150,000 students missing in its data. New York is next at 60,000. The Associated Press spoke with Baltimore City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises. She said, "We want to say that it is outside stuff that's keeping kids from returning to school, but she worries that teens sometimes lack caring adults at school who can discuss their concerns about life." Now, the report says that the true number of students currently listed as missing in America's school is likely much higher, since the analysis does not include data from 29 states, including states like Texas and Illinois. That is the latest from the Live Center.
To know that we may be moving or closing is very disheartening.
A charter school says the city is threatening to shut it down. Coming up after the break, the educational battle happening in Baltimore with public and charter schools.
And in our next half hour, Governor Wes Moore is expected to speak on an abortion rights bill in Maryland today. What this bill could do for residents in the state if lawmakers pass it. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:15, we are seeing multiple school closures in Baltimore County due to the search for an armed and dangerous man in Cockeysville. Take a look at these closures. You can see the full list on our website, but here you go. Cockeysville, Middle, up there you go. They're all on the website, foxbaltimore.com.
Overcrowded classrooms, teachers that are just overwhelmed. It's just too chaotic in the regular Baltimore City traditional setting for me and my family.
Now, a charter school says the city is threatening to shut it down due to technicalities. We've heard that same excuse before. Joining us now, former city council member and principal of the shuttered Baltimore Charter School, Carl Stokes. Thank you so much for coming in, Carl.
Good morning, Tom. How are you doing this morning?
Doing well. This is a battle, though, that seems to be going on now for decades here in Baltimore. Educating our children here, you have charter schools versus public schools. Is that a good assessment of where we are they're not really working together as much as it seems to be more dividing between the two?
Well, Tom, remember, charter schools are public schools. They're public schools that have some autonomy by contract. They often raise their own money in addition to money that they receive from the Baltimore City Public Schools. So we must be clear that these are public schools. They're not some private entity that's doing this, but they raise their own money along with the greater portion of the money that comes from Baltimore City Public Schools. But in fact, they generally take the kids, like every other school, who are overwhelmingly black, who are overwhelmingly poor, and they do generally a better job. I got to tell you that the incompetency and probably corruption of the Baltimore City Schools leadership is stunning. It's stunning in that they keep getting away with miseducating the greater populace of students, the most vulnerable of our citizens, poor kids who need an education so that they can move forward in their own life.
We just heard from a mother who is crying when talking to Project Baltimore about her fourth grade son who can't read and her frustration. Then we're talking about Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys. The CEO, Advin, he said that you just look at the statistics here to compare the two when you're looking at this. He says his charter has 95% graduation rate, 50% college enrollment, compared to city schools with 69% who graduate and 47% move on to college.
That's absolutely right. So here we have a situation, and I think that number being used by the city schools is not a true number. I think that's longer than 4 years. But the important thing here is that the collegiate schools, students are going on to high school and graduating at near 95% graduation rate in 4 years. The cohorts that they've sent through so far, 2 of which have graduated from high school, going on to 50% of them going on to college, others going into the workforce. This is far and above the average across the city schools. There are a number of other schools who are just as successful, but overall, the city schools numbers are horrendous in terms of graduation rates. Now, these kids are going to school every day in ties and sport coats, and they're learning respect. They're learning discipline. Discipline is an important piece, which is not being given in many of our other schools. But at collegiate school, these young men are being disciplined. They're taught respect. They're nurtured. It's a great school and should not even be thought of being put down, so to speak.
Dr. Sonia Sensalisas will be making that recommendation come Tuesday. Of course, we'll be following this up. Former city council member and charter school principal yourself, Carl Stokes, thank you so much for your expertise.
Thank you, Tom.
Fox 45 News and Project Baltimore are committed to uncovering the problems within the Baltimore City public school system. Our commitment to you is to question leaders and in the city and in the school and hold them accountable. You can follow along both on air and on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
7:20 now. We need to find out exactly how warm it's going to be and hopefully a lot like yesterday.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has the forecast.
Well, at least the temperatures are going to be similar to yesterday, guys. Good morning to both of you. Good morning, everyone. Appreciate you being here, making this a part of your morning routine. A lot of cloud cover that's out there right now. That's going to be the big difference today. So even though our numbers stay above average, we're going to have more of a cloudy day and a bit breezy, too. The wind, not really an issue right now, only out of the east-southeast, about 6 to 10 miles an hour. 45 your current temperature in Towson. Numbers today are going to be warmer as a warm front is moving in from the south. So that's going to move in some of that warmer air. Wind is going to pick up in Garrett and Allegheny counties. We've got wind advisories posted there. All part of this next weather maker, this large area of low pressure north of St. Louis, bringing snow to the west back through Omaha, Nebraska, and in parts of western Missouri. And then we've got rain in Chicago and Detroit. And then that cold front extends all the way down toward the Gulf Coast region, right around parts of southern Alabama and the panhandle of Florida. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, yeah, just go ahead and make sure they got a jacket on this morning. Really no need for the umbrella. May see a stray shower or two later this afternoon, but again, mostly cloudy skies, mild conditions, temperatures mainly in the low to mid 60s. 45 is typically where we are this time of year. We're going to be in the upper 50s and low to mid 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Those are going to be your high temperatures today. Hartford and Cecil counties also in the mid to upper 50s and lower 60s as well. So overall, we keep that above average trend going. Look at some of these numbers to the south of us. I mean, 64 in D.C. today, lower 70s in Richmond, over to Charleston, West Virginia. Overall, most of the mid-Atlantic dealing with this nice, mild weather. Now, tomorrow, our numbers come down a little bit, but notice we still stay well above average. And then the drop-off. Saturday and Sunday, those numbers drop back into the 40s, so a little bit closer to typically what we see for mid-February. But by next week, those numbers go right back up again in the mid to upper 50s. And I know probably the timing's not right. Why is it colder on the weekend and warmer during the week? Here's a look at our future scan. We do have more of that southerly flow this afternoon as that warm front moves in, so that wind is going to pick up today. Tomorrow, a little cooler but drier as we head toward Friday afternoon. Saturday, it's going to be colder but dry, and you can see that nice ridge of high pressure settling in. And most of the models keep backing off in terms of the showers. So now it's going to be more late Sunday afternoon into early Monday. That's going to be our best chance to see some of that rain moving into the area. Super Bowl Sunday, that is. So our 7-day forecast looks like this. Overnight lows in the 30s both Saturday and Sunday, and then we keep those temperatures climbing and we stay dry as we head toward Valentine's Day next week. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Super Bowl just 3 days away. Both teams have been out in the Valley of the Sun all week long. Still had a preview of the big game and all the Super Bowl festivities that come along with it.
And we are here at the Maryland Zoo this morning, where they are gearing up for not just kid things, but lots of adult events coming up. We'll let you know what some of them are, what the lineup is for 2023 in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
726, and find unique and fascinating experiences right at the Maryland Zoo.
That's always fun. There's going to be fun for friends and couples all weekend. This morning for our hometown hotspot, Amy Aronson is live with what we can expect. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, the zoo, more than just for kids. I'm here with Shannon Brown this morning telling us about all the fun events you have coming up for actually adults and couples, starting with this weekend for Galentine's brunch.
We're super excited to kick off our 2023 event season. This Sunday and next, we're hosting a Galentine's Flamingo brunch. They are both sold out, which is extremely exciting. But we just like to try and bring different interactions to the zoo and get people here in different capacities. So this weekend and next weekend, we have this really fun photo op ball pit where guests are encouraged to climb inside and really pull out their inner child. So this will be here for this. And then also another event that we're super excited to host for the first time ever. In April, we're going to be hosting our adult prom.
Okay.
So think very reminiscent to your prom, cheesy keychains, fondue machines, dance floor, DJ, all of the really fun stuff, and people dressing to the nines. So this will make a reappearance there as well.
Okay, good. I know you've got some prom stuff to us up this morning here.
Yeah, so you'll see this at Flamingo this coming weekend, our bubbly station, but we really built it and are planning to implement it at prom. So my very, very handsome date, Brandon Calio, and our team, we are dressed for prom today. We're super excited.
I didn't get the memo, clearly.
You didn't get the memo?
I know.
It's how we keep it exclusive.
Yeah, you guys look great.
I've pinned Brandon with a really beautiful boutonniere. I would love a corsage as my date.
Perfect. Cool. And we are going to learn more about all the other events coming up for the 2023 season as the morning comes on. And I think some animals are going to be joining us too.
Yep.
To help us learn more about what's coming up. So if you want more information right now, just head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Lots of fun things. I don't know if you all saw the penguin we had during the tease. That's a tease for what's coming up later on too.
All very cute ideas there, Amy. All right, well, thank you for that. Temperatures are going to reach the 60s this afternoon. Loving that. But we've got another weather maker on its way, and that's going to happen just in time for Super Bowl weekend. But people will be inside, so maybe that won't matter.
Inside watching no matter what, gathering around with friends and family. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking your next chance for rain in his full Weather Authority forecast.
A manhunt is currently underway here in Baltimore County. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live where the search began, and I'll bring you the latest updates. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We have some breaking news we're following this morning. Multiple Baltimore County schools, they are closed right now due to the search for an armed and dangerous man in the Cockeysville area. And you can see the list of schools there. This is the live scene from the manhunt here, too. Take a look right here, and you can see the list of the schools that are closed today around the region. Both schools and offices are closed for students and staff, and there will be no before or after school programs. In fact, in just a moment here, we'll give you an update on the search as you see some of the police leaving that one home there. So we'll be checking in with Olivia Dance, who's standing by at this area, and will give us updates as soon as she hears one.
Well, it is 7:32 now. Welcome back to all of you on this Thursday. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Looking at another day of warmth. I was swatting. When I was grilling outside yesterday, I was swatting at ladybugs.
I know. Isn't that weird, right? I mean, it's February. The bugs and the plants are like, what's going on? I mean, I'm seeing little things grow up on my front yard and in the garden area, and I'm like, okay, just hold on. It's still winter. However, we hit 65 yesterday, and we're on our way to 60s again later this afternoon. Now it's a little cloudier. In fact, you can see our downtown Baltimore shot with more of that cloud cover. The clouds are going to stick with us throughout the day today. Check these numbers: 43 Essex and Middle River, same number in Rosedale, 44 Glen Burnie and Pasadena, 44 in Woodlawn at this time. Good morning to you. Cloudy and mild morning, breezy and warm for the afternoon. That wind is going to pick up from the south later today. And then we've got the colder temperatures that are coming in just in time for the weekend. So 64 today, right about 60 tomorrow with more sunshine, and then only upper 40s on Saturday. So we're definitely waking up colder for the first beginning of Super Bowl weekend. Back with your full forecast. We'll break that down in just a few.
Happening right now, we're going back out to that manhunt that's underway in Baltimore County after police say a man opened fire and it injured one officer.
The incident happening yesterday afternoon. Take a moment to look at your screen. This is who they're looking for right now. Police say he is considered to be armed and dangerous.
Olivia Dance joining us live from Cockeysville. She's got the latest. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom and Patrice, this manhunt has been underway since yesterday afternoon, so this is still a very active and ongoing investigation. And let me show you that there are still several officers here. We actually just saw a bunch of them walk out of this home that's to our left here. Some of them were actually wearing tactical gear, but a shelter in place is still in effect for this area. Right now, we're off of Powers Avenue. We also know that 6 Baltimore County schools are now closed today because of the police activity. They include Cockeysville Middle School, Delaney High School, Mays Chapel Elementary School, Padonia International Elementary School, Warren Elementary School, Pot Spring Elementary School. And Baltimore County Police are actively searching for 24-year-old David Lithicum. It actually looks like some of the officers are leaving this area right now. But let's pull up the most recent photo of Lithicum that police released earlier this morning. He has long auburn hair, facial hair, and was last seen wearing a black hoodie and black pants. Now, police consider him to be armed and dangerous. But this all began yesterday at around 2:30 in the afternoon when officers were called to this area of Powers Avenue in Cockeysville in reference to a person in crisis.
When our officers arrived on the scene, a family member escorted them to the subject who was in crisis. During that exchange, the subject discharged a firearm. One of our officers was injured as a result of that. He was taken to a local hospital. He is currently being evaluated and is listed in stable condition.
Now, this morning, police sent out an update saying that officer has since been released from the hospital and thankfully is in good spirits. But again, you want to avoid this area around Powers Avenue. And remember that Lithicum is considered to be armed and dangerous. So if you do come across him, you should not approach him, but you should, of course, call police. And also, if you just see anything that's out of the ordinary, you should also call 911. But for now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. We are now just 3 days away from Super Bowl 57, where the Philadelphia Eagles will be taking on Kansas City Chiefs.
This morning, Chris Daniels from our Sinclair sister station in Seattle is joining us live in Arizona with a preview of this year's Super Bowl. And Chris, this has really been a long week, but a lot of celebrating there.
Yeah, Patrice and Tom, good morning to you. I just wanted to let you know that the Baltimore Ravens are in fact represented here at the Super Bowl. experience. Yes, this is what we've been resting on all morning long. The Ravens are all around this event here at the Phoenix Convention Center. This is just one of the events that have been set up in downtown Phoenix. The teams, as you know, got into the area at the beginning of this week. They've been going through the run-throughs, the practices, the press conferences, but this whole town is painted up. There's been all sorts of events, and the party for the Super Bowl is well underway.
It's been 8 years since Arizona hosted a Super Bowl.
Which side do you want to go on, that one or this one?
Jaylene Gonzalez was then just a toddler.
Oh, we have to run in circles so we get to like the different stages of it.
And in this 1 week, the sixth grader has become a fan of the sport.
I don't really watch football. Yeah.
Thanks to the Super Bowl buzz in and around this city. Arizona recruited the NFL back to town for arguably the biggest yearly sports event in North America. Events are spread out across the Valley of the Sun. Hotel rooms are filled up, and it is not only the kids that are grinning ear to ear.
How much work, how much time goes into planning this out?
Yeah, it's definitely a few years. We knew that we were going to be here, even in the community of Arizona. And just
Megan Mendoza is the NFL's community relations manager and helped develop the playbook that involves taking over the downtown convention center and bringing kids on a field trip to Football Town, or as the NFL calls it, the Super Bowl experience.
it's not just a one and done, but make that legacy word not just be a word, but be a tangible action.
Officially, the NFL will say this event is about staying active and promoting healthy lifestyles. But in all honesty, it is also about growing the fan base of the next generation, including Jaylene.
It's pretty cool.
Long after the Super Bowl is over.
Four players with Baltimore or Maryland ties will be dressed up for this game. Orlando Brown, obviously the biggest name of those four. And we know that the Super Bowl, which will take place about 20 miles west of town in Glendale, will be different than the other two Super Bowls that have been played there. We have Jalen Hurts, who's 24 years old, Pat Mahomes, who's 27, and we won't be seeing Tom Brady, who played in those other two Super Bowls there in Glendale, and I'm sure that is also going to make a lot of Ravens fans happy as they watch this game back in Baltimore. That's the story live this morning in Phoenix. I'm Chris Daniels. Let's send it back to you.
What we can do here in Maryland is protect the constitutional rights of Marylanders.
And Governor Wes Moore expected to formally announce his support for a bill that would protect Marylanders' rights to choose. Why critics are saying the governor has, quote, misguided priorities.
And a cool and cloudy morning out there to start. Coming up in our 8 o'clock hour, our Weather Authority team is here with what you can expect weather-wise this Super Bowl Sunday. 7:39, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:42 in Annapolis. Today, we are expecting Maryland Governor Wes Moore to formally announce his support for a bill to protect abortion rights in Maryland.
Now, the bill, which could be added to the state constitution, declares that every person has the fundamental right to reproductive freedom. Delegate Ariana Kelly from Montgomery County is one of the bill's sponsors.
What we can do here in Maryland is protect the constitutional rights of Marylanders, ensure it's in our Constitution so that it never gets rolled back in the state of Maryland.
Critics say the bill reflects what they call misguided priorities from the governor.
The state of Maryland, under Governor Moore's leadership, it looks like will no longer be known as the free state, but the free abortion state. And during his term, we expect, as many as 500,000 children will be killed through abortion violence.
Now, if passed by the legislator, the final decision will be up to you, Maryland voters, on the 2024 ballot.
Meta is coming under the federal spotlight again, why lawmakers are now questioning Mark Zuckerberg about Facebook data.
Love is in the air, but it's not cheap. We'll talk about that coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Is joining us now to talk about Valentine's Day and what you can do if you find yourself heartbroken during the holiday of love. Mark.
I don't know if these are good ideas or not. Hey, love may not cost a thing, but it isn't cheap either. Americans plan to spend nearly $26 billion on the holiday. That's according to a survey from the National Retail Federation. On average, most people say they'll spend about $192. As for presents, the top Valentine's Day gifts are expected to be candy, followed by greeting cards, and then flowers. Now, not everybody's a fan of the holiday. Some people might even, be getting over an ex on Valentine's Day. And one animal shelter in Ohio wants to help you do just that. For a $5 donation, The animal-friendly Humane Society in Hamilton, Ohio will let you write your ex's name in a cat litter box. The cat will then take care of the rest. On Valentine's Day, a special video will be shared on the shelter's Facebook showing the names it received. Now, even the San Antonio Zoo wants to help brokenhearted people this Valentine's Day. The zoo brought back their tradition of allowing people to name a cockroach after their ex. All you have to do is make a $25 donation. The staff will then feed the roach to its animals. This feels like it might backfire, though. Is that kind of painful? Patrice, would you do that?
I don't have anybody
Lost
I
for
feel
words,
that strongly about in my past.
We
but
brought that up. I've been dating my wife since I think we were like 2, so I don't have any exes really. But Taylor Stewart said, she's like, I would spend $75. Like right away, as soon as we brought the story up, she's like, I'm out $75. And we asked for the names. And she said, nope.
She's got people.
Yes, she does.
I mean, but hey, if you feel like you need to release something, then go for it.
You know, one of my exes did, when I fell in love with Allison, you know what one of my exes did? She sent me a bill for a vacation we had 2 years before. She was like, I need this $1,700.
Did you pay it?
Allison was like, I'll take care of it.
Yeah.
I was like, she's the one.
I love Allison. All right, Mark. You better get her something good for Valentine's Day.
Take that money you spent. She paid and use that to buy her something good. So.
Oh, she didn't pay the money. She took care of it.
Yeah, she took care of it.
She didn't.
Oh, interesting.
I'm sure there was.
Nobody's heard from that ex ever since.
You should call them wives, not exes, right? All right. Good morning to you, and good morning, everybody. This is what we do for Valentine's Day. At least my wife, the last couple of years, she does the anniversary, like whatever the anniversary is. Oh, 9, 10 wood. You know, steel, iron, and then she'll get like a present, and then she presents it to me on Valentine's Day. That's how it works. Yeah. So, and then I started picking that up around year 5, because I'm dumb and I'm a man. Around year 5, I was like, oh, okay. And this is what she got me, actually, for wood. This is my awesome bourbon barrel wood watch. So I love that from year 5. That was like, I don't know, 5 years ago. I don't know. I can't keep track. Good morning, everybody. It looks hazy right there. Not going to say hazy shade of winter by the Bengals because somebody will get upset that it's Simon and Garfunkel. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam showing us those clouds that are out there right now. 45 your current temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall, where my wife flies out of. Here's a look at our HD radar. We are seeing some showers in parts of the upper Midwest. We do have this area of low pressure that's right there over St. Louis or near St. Louis. And then the cold front down to the south. That extends all the way down through the mid-south region, and that's going to be moving in our direction over the next couple of days. So that's our next weather maker. Overall, we keep the clouds around through the next few days, the next few hours, I should say, with mid to upper 40s on your Rise and Shinecast to 51 by about 10 a.m. The sun is already up. Probably won't see much of the sun today, but at least our temperatures are still in that above average category. A lot of upper 50s and low to mid 60s across the region. Now, traveling today down through Nashville, Charlotte, those temperatures, Atlanta, close to 70 degrees, so warm for most of the East Coast, while it's colder in the upper Midwest, but not too bad. I mean, Chicago and Detroit in the 40s and 50s. That's why it's only rain there. Much colder back to the west. Salt Lake City and Denver in the 30s for this afternoon. All right, here's a look at our future scan. So again, that warm front, bringing that warmer air out ahead of the cold front, which comes in tomorrow. That drops our temperatures a little bit, but dries us out. So more sunshine on the way Friday. Mix of clouds and sun on Saturday afternoon. And we do stay mainly dry. Another chance for a few showers coming in by the time we get into Sunday afternoon. Clara, Fredo, that is Sergio the dog. And look at that. And just in time for Valentine's Day. Clara, thank you for sending me that lovely picture. I love all the hearts, and I love Sergio looking great. So thank you so much. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. All right, here we go. 7-day forecast. So 60s today and tomorrow. Upper 40s into Saturday and Super Bowl Sunday. A few showers by Sunday afternoon. Just be aware of that. And then warmer and drier next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. We want to point out, though, south of the city, this is right at 100. Look at this. They are just trying to clear out as emergency vehicles are coming through right now. But traveling on 100 right near 295 BW Parkway. The only indication is that there's a collision. They don't say what, but it's backed up now for miles. In fact, you're at a standstill all the way back to 170. So that's how far back this collision is affecting you as emergency vehicles are just getting to the scene. So we'll find out a little bit more about this. Now we want to also take you to Cockeysville. Here's a live look from our Lens Solar mobile track. And this is at Delaney High School, where it is shut down today because we're tracking tracking multiple closures for schools in that area as a result of the manhunt we've been covering all morning long.
I'm at the Maryland Zoo this morning where they have lots of fun events coming up for adults. We'll explain exactly how you can enjoy prom here at the Maryland Zoo later this year in a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, but first, Netflix rolls out its restricted password sharing program in 5 countries. When we can see it come here to the U.S.
Well, here's something you don't want to share. You want a cup of coffee all to yourself.
Oh, yes, definitely. In fact, it's time for a coffee break, your own coffee break. $7:55 and trending now, Facebook once again under the spotlight.
This comes after a probe revealed the platform provided sensitive user data to several high-risk countries.
Now, the Senate Intelligence Committee sent a letter to Mark Zuckerberg asking about what information was available and whether enemy intelligence agencies could have accessed it.
According to the investigation, tens of thousands of software developers in China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran had access to detailed user data prior to 2014. Meta claims the social media platform has long since changed, and it no longer provides data like political views and relationship statuses to third-party developers. Netflix's new program, cracking down on password sharing, is expected to start in the next few weeks. Yesterday, the program started in Canada, New Zealand, Portugal, and Spain following its debut in Latin America. Subscribers pay an extra monthly fee to share their account with people outside of their household. The fee varies by country. It's about $6 in Canada and Spain. The streaming giant estimates more than 100 million households share accounts, which they say undermines its ability to invest in and improve the platform.
Temperatures will reach the 60s again this afternoon, but we are gearing up for the next weather maker on Super Bowl Sunday.
Our Weather Authority team is tracking your next chance for rain. That's in their full Weather Authority forecast. 7:56. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Breaking news this morning, multiple Baltimore County schools are closed today because of the search for an armed and dangerous man in Cockeysville. Take a look at the closures there on your screen. You can see the complete list as well on our website, foxbaltimore.com, and it is also scrolling at the bottom of your screen. In just a couple of minutes, we're going to talk with Olivia Dans. She is live in Cockeysville. She's got the latest on the manhunt that is happening there. Welcome back to all of you on this Thursday. It is 8 o'clock. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Megan Gillen has the week off, and we have meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us right now. We'll look at the forecast. The warmth, not as much sun, though, today.
Yeah,
right?
That's the whole thing, guys. Our temps are going to stay well above average, though, so we still get another day in the 60s, and that above average trend continues. So far this year, we've been more above average than below average. There's no doubt about that, as we're already on to February 9th. You can see that cloud cover out there. Little hazy from our Towson Cam Mile 1 auto group, but not really tracking any rain. And even later today, may see a stray shower, but overall, it's just going to be kind of that cloud cover and those temperatures that will be mild. Right now, statewide, mid to upper 40s. Baltimore, Annapolis, out through Laurel, up into Westminster, 45 Hagerstown, 39 your temp in Cumberland. So here's what it looks like for our weather story for the day. It will be breezy later this afternoon, even though we keep the cloud cover around, still kind of mild to warm conditions. It will be much colder, however, for this upcoming weekend. Next few hours, numbers will continue to rise in the mid to upper 50s as we take you through midday on Thursday. And coming up in a few minutes, a Weather Authority team, myself and Jasmine, we're going to be talking about that cooler weekend and the potential for some showers as well. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we have your drive times up there, but really we want to get to the smartboard if we can, because there's 3 vehicle accident there. It's causing traffic both directions. You can see the lights right past that overpass here, and both sides slowed down now. 3 vehicles involved here. This is 295 right at Maryland 100, so that's going to be an issue for both directions, but really westbound, you are backed up for miles.
Continuing coverage now of that manhunt that is underway in Baltimore County. We've been following this all morning. Police say this man opened fire, injuring an officer. County police are still searching for the man. They say he is considered to be armed and dangerous.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from Cockeysville with the latest in the search and what led up to it. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, this manhunt has actually been underway since yesterday afternoon. So this is very much still a very active and ongoing investigation. I want to show you that there are still some unmarked police vehicles here. But within the last 30 minutes, we actually saw a handful of officers walk out of this house that's to my left. Some of them were actually wearing tactical gear, but some of them did leave this area. So there's just a few officers here now, and they're actually inside the house right now. But a shelter in place is still in effect for this area. We also got word that 6 Baltimore County schools are closed today because of the police presence. Now they include Cockeysville Middle School, Delaney High School, Mays Chapel Elementary School, Padonia International Elementary School, Warren Elementary School, and Pot Spring Elementary School. But Baltimore County police are actively searching for 24-year-old David Lithicum. Let's pull up the most recent photo of Lithicum that police released earlier this morning. Now, he was last seen wearing a black hoodie and black pants, and police consider him to be armed and dangerous.
It's important to note that we do consider him armed and dangerous. Do not approach him. If located, please call 911 immediately. His hair is now auburn. He has facial hair.
Now, around 2:30 yesterday afternoon, officers were called to the area of Powers Avenue, which is where we are right now, near Sherwood Road in Cockeysville, in reference to a person in crisis. Now, when officers got there, a family member escorted them to the individual in crisis, but during that exchange, the person set off a firearm. One of the Baltimore County police officers was injured from that, but that officer, thankfully, has now been released from the hospital and we're told is in good spirits. But again, you want to avoid this area here around Powers Avenue. And remember, Lithicum is considered armed and dangerous. So if you see him, please do not approach him, but you should, of course, call police. And also, if you just see anything that's out of the ordinary, you should also call 911. But for now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
One of our officers spotted a stolen vehicle. As the officers approached the vehicle, at some point, the individuals in the vehicle recognized police presence, took off at a high rate of speed. At this intersection behind us, they struck another vehicle, which at one point or another, one of those vehicles ended up hitting a pedestrian who was on the sidewalk.
Developing this morning, an investigation is underway after one person is killed and at least 5 other people are injured after 2 cars crashed into each other and then into a house. It happened late last night at the corner of East North Avenue and North Wolf Street. According to police, that house then collapsed and debris hit a pedestrian. That pedestrian was taken to Johns Hopkins Hospital in critical condition. No word on their condition this morning. A live look at this scene this morning, as well as a look at the scene from last night, moments after the crash. And in that scene, you can see that crews were digging through debris, trying to see if anyone was trapped. We will continue to follow this developing story all morning long and bring you updates as they come in.
8:05, and it's a stunning report from Project Baltimore showing the situation in some Baltimore City public schools, and it's dire. It shows 23 city schools have 0 students who tested proficient on the state math exam. 2,000 students took that math test at the schools noted here. Not one who was able to take the test past the grade level.
Listen to those numbers. Where is the bell ringing for some type of crisis moment? My God.
This isn't a red siren. I don't know what is to say. This isn't working. We need to completely redo this.
Now, Fox 45 News sent questions to City Council asking about the test scores. We asked a few members in person, including Councilman Mark Conway, who tells us he believes there should be an oversight hearing to talk about the failing grades. Councilman Ryan Dorsey refused to talk about the issue.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not talking to any Sinclair affiliate. That's the end of that.
You don't have any concerns about these failing schools?
No, I don't have any interest in talking to anybody from any Sinclair broadcast group
Why
affiliate.
is that?
I'm not going to talk about it.
Well, this isn't the first time Councilman Dorsey dismissed Fox 45 News. In 2020, Fox 45 News reaching out to the councilman asking about his tweet calling for city's police memorial to be removed. He responded saying no comment for Sinclair Broadcast Group. A year before that, he told Sinclair to, quote, drop dead in a response to one of our questions. Well, you can find more on the failing test scores and our demand for answers right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
8:06 and new from the Live Center this morning. We got our hands on an alarming new report that was just published this morning by the Associated Press, and it finds that hundreds of thousands of students in the U.S. are missing right now. The schools simply don't know where they are. Now, this brand new report looks at school enrollment records with the help of Stanford University, and it finds 240,000 students, almost a quarter of a million, are missing, meaning they left public schools during the pandemic, and this morning they can't be accounted for in any educational system. Some stats were compiled in the report. In the 21 states where data was available, that's what it's based on, public school enrollment plunged by 710,000 students between 2019 and 2022. A lot of those students can be accounted for today. About 103 switched to private schools. About 184,000 began being homeschooled, and then about 183,000 moved to other states. But the remaining 240,000, that's the question. The AP says it's possible they dropped out, but it's not just teenagers we're talking about. Many students were missing from kindergarten and first grade, which means that parents likely kept them home. But their education just can't be accounted for, and it could set them back in the years ahead. Now, the majority of missing students are in two states. California alone shows over 150,000 students missing in its data. New York is next at 60,000. The Associated Press spoke with Baltimore City Schools CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises. She said, we want to say it's outside stuff that is keeping kids from returning to school, but she worries that teens sometimes lack caring adults at school who can discuss their concerns about life. Now, the report says the true number of students currently listed as missing in America's school is likely much higher, since the analysis does not include data from 29 states, including states like Texas and Illinois. That is the latest from the Live Center.
Well, an investigative hearing happening today regarding Baltimore's conduit system, the new deal from the mayor creating a division amongst lawmakers at City Hall.
Start off with some cloud cover here, but temperatures are going to remain above average for today. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax and myself will be talking about the cool down for our Super Bowl weekend. We'll be right back.
11:12. No, it's only 8:12 in the morning.
I like 11:12.
We saw temperatures in the 60s yesterday afternoon, but now colder temperatures are moving in, making it feel a little more like February than the April, but it's still warm.
It is. Our Weather Authority team joining us here in studio this morning. Yeah, and they're tracking colder temperatures that are heading our way. I mean, it is February, right? Plus, possibility of snow Super Bowl Sunday.
No,
right?
don't say snow. Tom, get out of here with that. Jasmine, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, and we were talking about it here. Our temperatures obviously have been above average. Whoa, hello, camera two, easy. Our temperatures have been above average, but then they stay above average here today, but then watch what happens and tomorrow, but then this weekend, a little colder.
Yeah, that's right. We'll be in the 40s over the weekend. However, this is still above our average for this time of year, and that warm trend just continues, but it's certainly going to feel a lot cooler, especially after 60 on Friday.
And then 65 yesterday. Now, look at this,
warm.
40% chance of some precipitation. So we are tracking some showers, Tom, not snow, but it's looking like it's going to be rain showers.
That's right.
And snow lovers this year?
It just isn't looking good for us. This has been, so far, our least snowy year, and this is from October through April. And, of course, we still have a little more time to go before the end of April, but not looking good, especially with these above-average temperatures. Yeah. After this, 1949 to 1950, the only other year when we've had less than an inch of snow.
Yeah. I'm sorry. If you really like snow, got to move to Michigan. Back to you.
I'll stay right here. 0 students are proficient in math at nearly 24 Baltimore City schools. Fox 45 News continues to demand accountability from school leaders and lawmakers. Coming up in today's Waste Watch, we are untangling Baltimore's conduit situation, why the city wants to give up control despite city residents voting not to in November. 8:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
I think the biggest part is like trying to really understand the motivation of the administration.
They're able to make a decision, cut a deal, and nobody knows about it. And so what we're asking here and what the committee is going to be asking on Thursday night is for details that we should have had a month ago.
Happening today, the City Council is set to have a hearing on the city's new deal with BGE over Baltimore's 700-mile underground conduit system. Under the deal, BGE will pay a reduced rent for the system use, but will have to commit more than $130 million toward improvements. Last November, Baltimore residents vetoed overwhelmingly to keep the 700-mile conduit system in control of the city. David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us this morning to untangle this situation. And all right, let's get into it, David. A lot of moving pieces here. The mayor says the city does still own the system, even with this. But I guess the question now is, do they control it under this new deal they have going on with BGE? Explain how it all works.
So they will not control this conduit. And this is critical infrastructure, right? We're talking about electric, gas, broadband. Banks use this, universities use this, and the city is giving up control of this. And this is very troubling because it's like you own a house and you're saying that, okay, we still own the house, but we don't get to make any decisions about the rehabilitation of the house, and people can stay in this house for free. And that's what the city is really doing. Now, BGE will still spend some money and pay some money to the city, but at a very reduced rate in exchange for upgrades. Now, here's the problem, Patrice, is BGE gets to decide when and where these upgrades take place. So if they don't like a certain part of the city and they don't want to upgrade that, then they will go somewhere else and spend the money somewhere else. And another aspect I think people are losing here is the transparency on this, is when you have a private company that will now be making all of these decisions and it's out of the city's hands, there is no transparency in this process. You know, at least now we can petition the city to find out where the upgrades are going to be. This is just going to be one surprise after another, year after year, to find out where the upgrades are. And this doesn't make a lot of fiscal sense, even though the numbers look big that they're going to invest.
Is this in BGE's control in perpetuity now, or is it for the next 4 years? Because that $130 million that they're investing breaks down to the next 4 years. They're doing these large lump sums. After that 4 years, BGE will go back to paying now what will be a reduced amount. They won't pay the $28 million a year. They'll go to a much, much lower, the $1 million. Will they still be calling the shots then? And is that $1 million enough for the city to go back to trying to maintain it?
Yeah, so that $1 million is not going to be enough because BGE uses a lot of the conduit system. So this is paying pennies, for the use of this. And quite frankly, we don't know a lot of the details. This has been negotiated practically in secret with the mayor. And that's why it's important for the city council, and give credit where credit is due. And Nick Mosby, I mean, here's a guy that obviously I've been critical of in the past number of years, is saying, let's pump the brakes on this. Let's have an investigation because, again, as you started out, you said, voters, 77% of them said, no, we want the city to control this. And again, I'm not one to give city control of many things, right. But when it comes to critical infrastructure and this conduit system, it's really the future of the city that's at stake here.
We have to go, but one more quick question. They're having the hearing today, but does that really matter? They're going to vote on this next week. The Board of Estimates, the mayor controls a lot of those votes. I mean, is this just already a done deal no matter what comes out of the hearing?
It's probably a done deal, but let's hope there's some things that are put in place that makes this a better deal, right? Because I think this is going to happen, but let's hope there's some sort of safeguards that are put in place. But, again, this is being rushed through and just really bad economics and bad policy.
All right, David Williams, thank you.
Thank you.
It is 8:21 now. We want to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Taking a look at the forecast. Are you golfing again today?
I am not. No, I am going to go flying, though, today. Yeah, okay. So we're going to go flying. Yeah, the ceilings look like they're pretty low. They're actually not. There is some haze out there, so visibility may be a concern for you pilots if you are going to be flying today. 45 your temp right now. We're on our way back to the mid-60s for the afternoon. Now, it's going to be breezy, so we're taking off at 1.5 over there at Martin today. You can see warmer temperatures for the afternoon. In the 60s, I'm going to go ahead and say warm, even if it's just still mild. Now, definitely going to be colder for the weekend. That's what we just talked about a few moments ago. Here's the warm front coming in ahead of our next weather maker. That's a strong cold front that extends from Chicago all the way down through Mobile, Alabama. That's going to be crossing across the Mid-South and the Ohio River Valley. And eventually by the weekend, will bring us some cooler temperatures. Speaking of golfing, those golfers who are hitting the links today, upper 40s next hour into the upper 50s by noon. Played golf with British James and Scott yesterday. And British James couldn't hit a fairway to save his life. So overall, you know, it's still in the winter category. So we had winter rules out there. We're picking up balls. We're hitting 3 and 4. It's fine. Upper 50s and lower 60s here across Carroll and Baltimore counties for you this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're going to see those low to mid 60s for Columbia and Elkridge down through Odenton, close to 60 in Annapolis this afternoon. Again, we keep the cloud cover around. Now, here's that drop off with our temperatures we were talking about. 60 tomorrow, upper 40s on Saturday, and only mid 40s on Sunday. So definitely colder for the weekend, but not below average. And then we go right back above average next week. Notice we have a little green blob right there. May see a stray shower later this afternoon. Overall, that cold front's coming through. Tomorrow, drier conditions, a little cooler. Definitely cooler on Saturday, but again, lots of sunshine. And even Sunday is now looking a little drier. Some of the models still want to bring some showers in by the time we get to the morning time, but more and more it's looking likely that we'll see those showers in the afternoon, and mainly just seeing those rain showers. Here's that 7-day forecast for your Super Bowl Sunday. Again, temps will be in the 40s right here on Fox 45 as you're watching that big game. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, heading toward Valentine's Day next week. Numbers come back up, and we stay mainly dry. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Valentine's Day is just around the corner. In our next half hour, how much Americans are expected to spend and the things you can do this year if you're getting over an ex during this holiday of love.
And we're at the Maryland Zoo this morning where they have lots of fun events coming up for the adults, actually. Coming up next, we're going to learn more about some of the events coming up this year. Plus, we're going to meet one of the creatures that will be included in some of these events. Say good morning to Daphne. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.26, the Maryland Zoo is gearing up for some fun and unique events. This morning for our hometown hotspot, Amy Aronson is finding out what we can expect. I see a giant penguin there.
Yeah, the Maryland Zoo is ready for the 2023 season, not just for kids, but also adults. Lots of fun events coming up here at the zoo. I'm here with Shannon and Marty and the penguin this morning, actually 2 penguins right now, talking about all the fun things coming up. So Shannon, there's quite the lineup, starting with Galentine's Brunch this weekend, but it goes on from there.
Yeah, Galentine's Brunches this weekend and next weekend, which are wildly popular and sold out. We're super excited. We're going to be hosting our first ever adult prom here on the Mansion House porch in April. So stay tuned for more information. And perhaps the biggest fundraiser that we do of the year is Brew at the Zoo, which will be hosting Memorial Day weekend. 6 bands, 80 plus beers and drinks on taps. It's huge. No one's going to want to miss it.
Yeah, don't want to miss that. Marty's also with us this morning, and Daphne, who's joining us. And penguins are unique, right? Especially as we head towards Galentine's weekend. Tell us a little bit about Daphne and her behaviors.
Yeah, so Daphne here is a 13-year-old penguin that lives here at the Maryland Zoo, and one of the really cool things about African penguins is they're a monogamous species. So that means that when they're first looking for their first mate at about 3 years old, once they find that perfect match, they're going to form a very close bond with that other penguin and maintain that bond over many, many years. And then once they do lay their eggs and start to raise their chicks, that's a very much collaborative process between the 2 mates. They'll take turns incubating the eggs, they'll take turns staying with the chicks or going out to forage for food. So that's really cool and really not something you see a ton of in the bird world.
Yeah, that's very cool. And if you want to learn more like this, you can actually come out to any of the events they're hosting here at the Maryland Zoo. We've got all the information up on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Back to you guys.
All right, Amy, thank you. Temperatures are staying mild this afternoon with highs in the 60s, but we're tracking our next chance for rain in time for Super Bowl Sunday. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking that system in his full Weather Authority forecast.
A manhunt is currently underway here in Baltimore County. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live where the search began, and I'll bring you the latest updates. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We're seeing multiple school closures in Baltimore County this morning due to a search for an armed and dangerous man in the Cockeysville area. In fact, you can see the list of the closures right here on the screen, and you find that full list on our website, foxbaltimore.com. They're also scrolling below right there on your ticker.
Well, welcome back on this Thursday morning, 8:31. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with the look at the forecast.
Yesterday felt a lot more like April than February, guys, with mid-60s and a lot of sunshine out there. We'll still have mild temperatures today. The difference, cloud cover and more wind. In fact, you can see that from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Maybe even a stray shower as well, but overall not tracking a lot in the way of moisture for today. So if you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, upper 40s, lower 50s, and enjoy it. Maybe just a light jacket out there, but won't need it this afternoon. I'm telling you, 64 for our high. Now, tomorrow, we're still right about 60, definitely going to feel cooler. And then by Saturday, we're only going to be in the upper 40s. So definitely getting back to some more February-ish numbers for the weekend. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. We're seeing a lot of backups south of the city. Look at all the red indicators right there. We're showing you two of them right now. The one that's on your screen here, that's 95 right at 695. There's two vehicles involved. There is actually one vehicle that's off on the shoulder. You can see some people looking at that. That's kind of like right at that ramp there. So we're dealing with that. 2 lanes, now 3 lanes getting by. The other crash, 100 right at Arundel Mills, where you would see that they have it almost completely blocked off, just 1 lane getting by along the shoulder there. 3 vehicles were involved with this one. It was closing the westbound traffic lanes because of the issues that were going on there. Earlier, it had slowed down both sides of the highway.
Happening right now, the manhunt we've been talking about all morning still underway in Baltimore County after police say this man right here opened fire, injuring an officer yesterday.
The incident happening yesterday afternoon, just after 2:30. Police still looking for this man, who they say is considered armed and dangerous.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from the Cockeysville area with more on the search. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom and Patrice, this manhunt has actually been underway since yesterday afternoon, so it's still very much so an active and ongoing investigation. But let me show you that there are still some unmarked police vehicles here. And within the last hour, we actually saw several police officers walk out of this house here to my left. Some of them were wearing tactical gear, and some of them actually drove away from this area. But we do know that there are still a few officers inside of the home. Now, a shelter in place is still in effect for this area. And as you heard Tom and Patrice mention, we know that there are 6 Baltimore County schools closed today because of the police activity. They include Cockeysville Middle School, Delaney High School, Mays Chapel Elementary School, Padonia International Elementary School, Warren Elementary School, and finally Pot Spring Elementary School. But Baltimore County Police are actively searching for 24-year-old David Lithicum. Let's pull up that most recent photo of Lithicum that police released earlier this morning. He has long auburn hair, facial hair, and was last seen wearing a black hoodie and black pants. Now, police consider him to be armed and dangerous. But this all began yesterday at around 2:30 in the afternoon when officers were called to this area on Powers Avenue in Cockeysville in reference to a person in crisis.
When our officers arrived on the scene, a family member escorted them to the subject who was in crisis. During that exchange, the subject discharged a firearm. One of our officers was injured as a result of that. He was taken to a local hospital. He is currently being evaluated and is listed in stable condition.
This morning, police sent out an update saying that officer has since been released from the hospital and thankfully is in good spirits. But again, you want to avoid this area on Powers Avenue, which is where we are right now. And remember that Lithicum is considered armed and dangerous. So if you see him, please do not approach him, but you should call police. And also, if you see anything that's out of the ordinary, you should also call 911. But for now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
8:35 now, and in today's Project Baltimore, one city mother is calling on someone, anyone, to fix Baltimore City public schools.
Chris Papps with Project Baltimore joins us live this morning. And Chris, this mother is saying that either some major changes need to happen or she's leaving.
Yeah, she's just going to leave the city, as we have seen so many people do over the past years and the decades. I mean, Baltimore City's population was almost 500,000 more 50 years ago than it is today, and we still can see the population going down. And it's largely because of women like Nichelle Watkins, single mom, 3 kids, wants a good education for her kids, And she's saying she just can't get it. Now, Nichelle first reached out to Project Baltimore in October, saying that her son's school, Johnston Square Elementary, was simply not educating him. He's in 4th grade and cannot read. And she reached out for help in October. We then did the story earlier this week about 23 schools in Baltimore City that have 0 students proficient in math. Nichelle went on the list, looked down, saw Johnston Square, and wasn't surprised that her son's school is on that list. We reached out to her, we spoke with her, and she said that she is at her point where she doesn't think that the school system cares. They don't have anybody there who's willing to help him, and she's going to leave the school system, leave the city, possibly even leave the state as soon as she can afford it.
And that was the issue that we saw in that report, though. She's struggling to try to afford it because she said if she could afford it, she would get him to a different school where he would be able to learn how to read as a 4th grader.
Sure. So, I mean, she herself was educated in Baltimore City Public Schools. She lives in public housing. She lives in Latrobe Homes. She does work the 3rd shift. She's trying very hard to get something better for her son. And when she originally came to us in October, she was just extremely fed up because he's in 4th grade. And he can't read. Generally, kids in kindergarten start reading. He does not have an IEP. He does not have any type of disability. The mom is trying to get him tutoring. She can't afford it. We have had some people reach out to us since the story aired last night offering free tutoring services for Nichelle and her son, which is wonderful news. Hopefully she can get connected with them. But, I mean, if you watch the story, it's heartbreaking. And to speak with Nichelle and to understand where she and her family are is heartbreaking. And she said to me, her son, a young black man who cannot read, in her words, he only has 2 options. He's either going to be killed or he's going to end up in jail. That is where she is. That is what she told me. That's what she feels her future is like right now in the city of Baltimore, which is why she needs to try to get him out of the city or desperately get him the help that he needs. But this is where a lot of people in Baltimore City are, and it's heartbreaking. And as we try to speak with the mayor, as we try to speak with city council members, as we try to speak with the city delegation in Annapolis, we literally cannot get anyone to agree to an interview to speak with us about parents like Nichelle and what they're going through. But we're going to keep trying, and we're going to keep reporting on these issues because it affects thousands of people in the city.
Chris Papps, thank you.
Well, this morning we are seeing the full scale of the damage in a building collapse. Just ahead, how a stolen vehicle is connected to that deadly collapse.
Temperatures in the 60s this afternoon. Our next chance for rain will be moving in just in time for Super Bowl Sunday. Our Weather Authority team tracking our next weather maker. 8:39, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, welcome back, everybody. 8:42 is your time. We're 18 minutes in front of 9 o'clock. Taking a look out of our live window right there, our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Yeah, it's a little hazy. We definitely have some clouds that are hanging around. Right now, temperatures, well, on the cool side. And we will be breezy as we head toward the afternoon. Those winds picking up from the south, so just be aware of that. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
What we can do here in Maryland is protect the constitutional rights of Marylanders.
Well, Governor Wes Moore expected to formally announce his support for a bill that would protect Marylanders' rights to choose. Why critics are saying the governor has, quote, misguided priorities, using public transit to connect Marylanders with Black history. The easy routes that you should add to your list of things to do this weekend. 8:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. A45 Maryland Transit Association, the MTA, is helping you celebrate Black History Month by connecting you to local events and locations. Just hop on the bus, light rail, or subway to explore the popular historic museums all around Baltimore. MTA Administrator Holly Arnold is joining us now to share more about how you're making it a lot easy connecting commuters to explore the Black History Month. Good morning, Holly.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Sure. So these are kind of, they're right on your website. It's very easy to go there, but these are different locations that you're saying, you know, Black history is huge, especially when it comes to the transportation systems throughout all major cities. But here in Baltimore, you're connecting people to get easier to those locations.
Absolutely. Yes, we're celebrating Black history this month in a number of ways, one of which is a social media campaign that we've launched that identifies events and museums that are connected to Black history and showing how you can get there on MTA. So, for example, we recently highlighted the Reginald F. Lewis Museum over on East Pratt Street. Its collection features Maryland African-American history and culture, and is just 2 blocks from the Shot Tower Metro Station, and you can get there very easily on the CityLink Brown, CityLink Navy, and Local Link 65.
What other different specials do you have for any of your MTA commuters?
So we're just making sure that folks are aware of all of those issues. And so, you know, you can get information on the transit app in order to get you there. And you can very easily buy your pass on Charm Pass.
Also, tell us a little bit more about the new Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Division. I know that you had events scheduled around that, but now you have a new person or a new group of people in that division, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So as part of delivering on our strategic plan that we published last year, I'm thrilled to announce that we hired Kelly Finner as MTA's very first Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And so this builds on our commitment to develop a senior level position that will help MTA continue our work in diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it's a big step to ensuring that the diversity of our community is well represented in our workforce and our agency, and that really everyone feels welcome on transit.
Holly Arnold, thank you so much for checking in with us. We appreciate it, and a lot going on with MDOT and MTA. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
Sure. Now we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at the forecast, and I was expecting, you hear warmth, you're thinking you're going to see some more sun, but it seems like it's more and more cloudy.
Yeah.
Just kind of baking in the heat a little bit.
Something like that, yeah, Tom. Yesterday, real nice with that sunshine, and today, still, our temperatures are going to be mild. The wind is going to pick up, but this is going to be the difference. The fact that we'll have a lot more cloud cover out there, maybe even picking up a stray shower or two later this afternoon, but overall, not a lot of rain that we're talking about, if any, for today. We are going to track some showers, however, for the weekend. 45 your current temp at Towson. Notice that wind out of the east about 6 to 10 miles an hour. More of a southerly wind will pick up for the afternoon. That's because our next weather maker is moving in from the west. We're going to get all that warmer air moving in from the south ahead of the cold front. Even wind advisories posted for Garrett and Allegheny counties this afternoon. Notice where the next weather maker is, and it's bringing snow to parts of the Central Plains, rain for Chicago and Detroit right now along that frontal boundary. That's right through the Mid-South, down through Nashville, and all the way down through the Gulf Coast region. That's going to be pushing from west to east over the next couple of hours. There's Hank the bird. He sleeps in later and later. I don't know why it hasn't been up earlier with us. Hank, good morning. All right, thanks. Upper 40s next hour, back to the 50s through noon and into the low and mid 60s for your highs today. And even some of us will still be in the upper 50s in Cockeysville, Bel Air, out toward the eastern shore, 64 at Chestertown, but 58 Stevensville across the Bay Bridge on the other side. Annapolis also at 58. Meanwhile, the district at 64 this afternoon, 63 in Cumberland and 73 in Richmond. Outdoors cast overall Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, even with the colder temperatures, we are staying dry. So green lights. Someone said we should make this Betty the butterfly. I don't know. I don't mind it. I think it's not a bad name for Betty hanging out there. Here's a look at our future scan. Overall, we do keep those warmer numbers on the way. And then as we head into tomorrow, it'll be slightly cooler behind that cold front. But the colder air really settling in by the time we get into Saturday, even though we stay dry. And most of the models now trending, keeping this rain and all of that to the south of us. So the rain really, it's going to be more of a Sunday thing. And yes, that's Super Bowl Sunday. So just be aware, maybe some showers out there with temperatures that will be in the 40s. So after 60s the next 2 days, we're back to the 40s and then warmer and drier for next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is a shot from Rob, a really pretty shot there. And you can see exactly when Rob took this picture in the morning time at Havre de Grace. You can see that nice sunrise. We'd love to see the view through your window. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your traffic and your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. You look at all those red indicators right there. It's a mess south of the city right now. Backups because of a few different crashes here. Yellow is actually good news at 695 and 95, but outer loop right at 97, there's also an accident. It's closing 2 traffic lanes in the right shoulder there. The other crash, 100 at Arundel Mills. The scene here where there was 3 vehicles. This is actually good news, too. Look at this. They just opened up another lane of traffic. They were shut down to just the right shoulder, but now it looks like we have 2 lanes getting by here. So they're still cleaning this up, and just the left shoulder's blocked here. So good news there. All lanes are open in 95 and 695, just about there, too. So we're cleaning it up and moving along, taking a live look from Len Stoller Mobile Track, outer loop right near Windsor Mill, and heading toward Woodlawn. So not bad, as people are maybe not all the way up to speed, but getting pretty close to it.
8:51 is your time. We are less than a week away from Valentine's Day. It's coming up next Tuesday. Feeling the love in the studio this morning. Tom, can you feel the love tonight?
I feel it. Feel the love tonight, yes. And what's that song? What's that song from?
Can you feel the love tonight?
Yeah. So I was waiting for Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark, always singing everything. Knew you'd have. I was waiting for you to bust out into it.
Come on, let's hear it, Elton John.
L is for the way you look at me.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
nice.
Okay,
like
now
that.
love may not cost a thing, but it isn't cheap either. Americans spend nearly $26 billion on the holiday. That's according to a survey from the National Retail Federation. On average, most people say they will spend about $192. As for presents, the top Valentine's Day gifts are candy, followed by greeting cards, and then flowers. Now, everyone is not a fan of the holiday. Some people might even be getting over an ex on Valentine's Day. They want to do something about it. One animal shelter in Ohio wants to help. For a $5 donation, the Animal Friend Human Society in Hamilton, Ohio will let you write your ex's name in a cat litter box. The cats will then take care of the rest. On Valentine's Day, a special video will be shared on the shelter's Facebook page showing the names it receives, right? Yeah. Now, whether you're spending the holiday with your honey or writing your ex's name in a litter box, everyone's encouraged to put some love in the letter and send it to somebody in need. Children's hospitals, nursing homes, shelters, and even some frontline employers are accepting Valentine's Day cards and treats. St. Jude's Children's Hospital is accepting virtual cards. The hospital is also accepting monetary donations and has partnered with some Amazon storefronts for donations and giftable items. AARP is also bringing back its Cupid Crew initiative, sending heartfelt messages to socially isolated seniors. Okay, so that's great, right? We always share the good news. So from cat litter to sharing love with those who may not have any, right? That's awesome.
Good stuff.
Yeah, it's a good way to end it right there, right?
Appreciate it, Mark. All right, 8:53 is your time right now. The Southwest saga for the airline. Big name from the company who is set to testify at a Senate hearing today. That saga continues.
Exes come and go, but pizza is forever. Fall in love with Lito's Pizza this Valentine's Day. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, just minutes away, Lito's will be joining us live in studio with their specials for National Pizza Day.
And what goes better with pizza?
Coffee.
Coffee. Time for a coffee break. Get your sip on.
Pizza flavored coffee?
Yeah, let's do it.
I don't know. 8:57 and topping your Thursday morning business report. Hertz says the number of Tesla rentals that it has on hand is less than half of what it had planned to order in 2022. Company initially planning to order 100,000 Teslas by the end of 2022. It took in around 48,000 instead. Tesla vehicles account for 11% of the rental services in the 428,700 cars that we have for rental in America. Head of Southwest Airlines set to testify at a Senate hearing today. The company is expected to apologize over the meltdown they experienced in December that left hundreds of thousands of passengers stranded around Christmas. Now, more than 16,700 flights between December 21st through the 31st were canceled by Southwest, as its crew's scheduling software couldn't keep up with the massive flight disruptions due to severe weather that stretched across the country for about a small portion of that time, and then it just collapsed their whole infrastructure on scheduling. Fried food is a guilty pleasure for many of us. Genevieve Gorder is here with a handy kitchen gadget, we'll call it, to make a healthier version of your fried favorites. Here she is in America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Everybody, I've got something to show you today that you're all very familiar with, but there's an extra twist. Now, we all love a good air fryer. It's quick, we avoid the oil, the calories, seriously like 70% less calories. But as a designer, and I'm sure a lot of you share this with me, I think they're bulky, they're not so cute, and they take up way too much space on the counter. Okay, my rant is over. Needless to say, when the air roll showed up in the mail, I was doing a little dance. Let me tell you about this solution-based product that is going to solve all your bulky air fryer issues. It's called the Air Whirl Crisper, and it can turn any pan into an air fryer. So you just place this lid on any pan that you already have, and your food will be air fried in a fraction of the time. I used it the same day it arrived. Put the lid on, press the button, done. And then you're winning because you can put it all away in the drawer. The Air Whirl is so easy to use, battery operated. You can store it without any of those tangled wires. And the thermometer is right here in the front of the lid. So you always know what temperature you are cooking at, just like you would on any traditional air fryer. Right now on ASA Deals, we are offering an exclusive 33% off the Air Whirl Crisper. You guys take advantage of this deal because they're not going to last long. Go to asadeals.com.
A manhunt is currently underway here in Baltimore County. I'm Olivia Danton. Coming up next, I'm live where the search began, and I'll bring you the latest updates.
Live look now from a deadly building collapse in Baltimore City. Just ahead, the role a stolen car played in the turn of events.
And it's a cloudy but warm start to the day. It gets warmer this afternoon, but we have a cool down coming this weekend. I'll let you know what to expect coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
9 o'clock, and we have multiple Baltimore County public schools closed this morning due to the police search for an armed and dangerous man in the area, they're saying. Here's the list of the closures right there on your screen. Schools and offices are closed for both students and staff today, and there are no before or after school programs. You can see that list right on our website, or it's also scrolling along the bottom of your screen. In just a moment, we'll get an update on the search from Olivia Dance.
Good morning on this Thursday, February 9th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Megan Gillen is off this week, but we need to find out exactly how warm it's going to get today.
Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is here for that.
Yeah, these past few days have been so warm, it's felt like spring. That continues, but over the weekend, which many people are looking forward to, we actually have our cool down coming, making it feel a little more like February. Right now, though, not a bad start to the day. 46 and overcast over Baltimore. Visibility is down to 7 miles, so make sure that you're driving safely. We've got the 40s across the state and a couple spots in the 50s towards southern Maryland. As we head into the afternoon, those temperatures go from the 40s to the 50s, eventually to the mid-60s. Stays warm again tomorrow, but then we cool down over the weekend. I'll let you know how low temperatures get coming up in my Weather Authority forecast.
Thank you, Jasmine. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Incident right in Lithicum on 695's inner loop, causing some backups in that area. You see it's highlighted right there. Look at the delays here. Our camera shows backup starting at 97 northbound right before it merges and turns into 695. Now, taking a look at your drive times, too, you can see these are really improving. Just 11 minutes to travel from 795 95. 95 to 83 was 24 minutes about a half hour ago. Look at this, just 12 minutes for that commute. We're also following 3 big stories for you this morning.
One person is dead, 5 others injured this morning after 2 cars crashed into a building, causing it to collapse. The investigation that is underway right now.
An alarming report from Project Baltimore showing how serious the problems are in some Baltimore City public schools. What city and state leaders said when we pressed them on the crisis in the classroom.
Plus, a manhunt underway right now in Baltimore County after police say a man opened fire, injuring an officer. He is considered to be armed and dangerous. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from Cockeysville with the latest on the search. And what led up to this, Olivia?
Yeah, Tom and Patrice, this manhunt has been underway since yesterday afternoon, so this is very much still an active and ongoing investigation. But I want to show you that there are still several unmarked police vehicles here on Powers Avenue. Also, I don't know if you can hear it, but we can see it right now. The police helicopter has been flying over this area for a little while now. It's flying over the house and also the woods behind the house. We also saw several police officers drive up and down Powers Avenue a few minutes ago. But even before that, we saw a handful of officers walk out of this house to my left. They were wearing tactical gear, and we know that some of them are still inside of the home. But a shelter in place is still in effect for this area. We also now know that 6 Baltimore County schools are closed today because of the police presence. Now, they include Cockeysville Middle School, Delaney High School, Mays Chapel Elementary School, Padonia International Elementary School, Warren Elementary School, and finally Pot Spring Elementary School. Now, Baltimore County Police are actively searching for 24-year-old David Lithicum. Let's pull up the most recent photo of Lithicum that police released earlier this morning. He was last seen wearing a black hoodie and black pants, and police consider him to be armed and dangerous.
It's important to note that we do consider him armed and dangerous. Do not approach him. If located, please call 911 immediately. His hair is now auburn. He has facial hair.
At around 2:30 yesterday afternoon, officers were called to the area on Powers Avenue and Sherwood Road in Cockeysville in reference to a person in crisis. Now, when officers got here, a family member escorted them to the individual in crisis. But during that exchange, Lithicum set off a firearm. One of the Baltimore County police officers was injured from that. But thankfully, that officer has now been released from the hospital and we're told is in good spirits. But again, you really want to avoid this area around Powers Avenue. And remember that Lithicum is considered armed and dangerous. So if you see him, please do not approach him, but you should call police. And of course, if you just see anything that is out of the ordinary, you should also call 911. But for now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
One of our officers spotted a stolen vehicle. As the officers approached the vehicle, at some point, the individuals in the vehicle recognized police presence, took off at a high rate of speed. At this intersection behind us, they struck another vehicle, which at one point or another, one of those vehicles ended up hitting a pedestrian who was on the sidewalk.
Developing this morning, an investigation is underway after one person is killed and at least 5 other people are injured after 2 cars crashed into each other and then into a house. This happened late last night on the corner of East North Avenue and North Wolf Street. According to police, that house then collapsed and debris hit a pedestrian. That pedestrian was taken to Johns Hopkins Hospital in critical condition. No word on their condition this morning. You are taking a look live now. On the right, there is a live look of the scene as it stands this morning. On the left, that was the scene last night. You see them taking away the car. That was all moments after the crash. Crews had to dig through the rubble to see if anyone was trapped in there. We will continue to follow this developing story all morning and bring you updates as we get them.
9:06, and now a stunning report from Project Baltimore showing the situation in some Baltimore City public schools is dire. Shows 23 city schools have 0 students who have tested proficient on the state math exam. 2,000 students took that math test at these schools that you see listed here. Not one passing math at a grade level.
Listen to those numbers. Where is the bell ringing for some type of crisis moment? My God.
This isn't a red siren. I don't know what is to say. This isn't working. We need to completely redo this.
Well, Fox 45 News has been pressing leaders in both Baltimore and Annapolis about who is at fault for those failures and what they're planning to do about it. In Annapolis, state lawmakers refuse to answer our questions.
I sent you an email about the 23 schools in Baltimore City who have 0 students who are proficient in math.
When you do a school story about something succeeding in the schools, I'll respond. You never do. So
who do you hold accountable for the failing?
Your boss is for the distorted coverage you provide.
Well, the data came from Baltimore City Public Schools.
Fox 45 News sent questions to the entire Baltimore City delegation asking who they hold accountable if they will ask for further investigations into the school system and why millions more dollars will be given to city schools given the test scores. Senator Corey McCray and delegates Jackie Addison and Caitlin Young responded saying everyone is accountable for student achievement.
9:07 now in Fox 45 News also sent questions to City Council asking about the test scores. We asked a few members in person, including Councilman Mark Conway, who tells us he says there should be an oversight hearing to talk about these failing grades. Councilman Ryan Dorsey refused to talk about the issue.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not talking to any Sinclair affiliate. That's the end of that.
You don't have any concerns about these failing schools?
No, I don't have any interest in talking to anybody from any Sinclair broadcast group affiliate.
Why is that?
I'm not going to talk about it.
This isn't the first time Councilman Dorsey dismissed Fox 45 News. In 2020, Fox 45 News reaching out to the councilman asking about his tweet calling for city's police memorial to be removed. He responded saying no comment for Sinclair Broadcast Group. A year before that, he told Sinclair, quote, drop dead in response to one of our questions. You can find more on the failing test scores, though, and our demand for answers read on our website, foxbaltimore.com. 9:08, we're learning U.S. military had an early warning about the Chinese spy balloon that eventually traveled all across the entire country.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, when did officials know about the balloon? When were they made aware?
We learned about this balloon, according to officials, before the balloon even entered Alaskan airspace. Now, the Defense Intelligence Agency sending an internal report about the aircraft, but for some reason it was not flagged as urgent at the time. The Pentagon also says China declined a phone call with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin after the Chinese spy balloon was shot down over the weekend. Military officials naturally want some explanations from China as to the goal of their mission. Pentagon Press Secretary Pat Ryder saying the military took steps to limit the balloon's capabilities as it flew over sensitive and strategic sites after deciding not to shoot it down initially.
Kayla, the Pentagon, though, has now determined similar spy-type balloons have crossed over the continental U.S. at least 4 separate times before. What can you tell us about that?
Well, we're learning these balloons are part of a larger surveillance program by China to gain intelligence on the U.S. According to the Pentagon, 4 other balloons have flown over U.S. territory throughout the Biden and Trump administrations, all part of this Chinese spy program. The exact size of China's surveillance balloon fleet is unclear, but we do know the U.S. is not their only target. New reports now showing that the program has conducted at least 24 missions over 5 continents in recent years. The Pentagon wouldn't give any details about the previous balloons that flew over the U.S. other than that they did fly over sites that would be of interest to the Chinese. That's the latest from Capitol Hill. Back to you.
All right, Kayla Gaskins live in Washington. Thank you. It is 9:10. We want to get another check of our weather. We've got meteorologist Jasmine Lomax.
Good morning. We are in for another nice and warm day. Temperatures have been unseasonably warm this week, and that trend does continue into the afternoon. We're looking at our high temperatures reaching the low to mid 60s, and that means another warm day, but it is going to be cloudy as we make our way into the weekend. However, we have a slight cool down, but then next week we are back to above average temperatures for what has been a very warm start to the year. We had a warm January. So far, it's been a very warm February. Coming up, I'll have a look at how low temperatures get this weekend and what to expect next week in my full forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. The search is on for students who stopped going to class. Ahead in our next half hour, the possible reasons hundreds of thousands of kids aren't in school.
Governor Moore making moves to protect abortion rights in the state of Maryland today. Still ahead, the amendment that could protect Marylanders and people who come to the state for the procedure. 9:11's the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Once again, some breaking news. We're seeing multiple school closures in Baltimore County due to the search for an armed and dangerous man in the Cockeysville area. So take a look at the schools on your screen. Those are all closed. You can find that full list on our website, foxbaltimore.com. We also have it scrolling at the bottom of your screen.
All right, you can smell it in the studio. Amazing. And you can impress your loved ones with a beautiful bouquet of flowers this Valentine's Day. Standing next to me, Tasha Lee. She's the florist and owner of Tasha Flowers. She's joining us to show us how we can pick this out. And the very first thing I came over to you, I said, when you get calls or you get orders online, lots of times people are like, I don't know, can you just do something for about this much money?
Yeah.
And that's normally what you see?
That's exactly what we see a lot. And normally when that happens, we go to a designer's choice. And that's going to be something like this peachy rust orange color here, or even this white design here in this cube, or the pink one. So whenever someone says that, you're probably going to get the better value, as a matter of fact, because I have full creative control. I'm not recreating one of my curated designs.
But you could still put in, say, like, okay, she or he loves roses. Can you get roses in there in this color and work with that?
Absolutely. Roses come in every color these days, so it's not a problem at all.
Amazing.
Like you have rust here and white there and pink and red. I mean, they come in every color.
Yeah, just lots of different pops of color and lots of different designs coming out. I mean, there's some kind of sticks coming over here. We were talking about the other lilies over here, and then some other ones. One of the things, though, that most people say, okay, well, I get the flowers, but they die so quick. How do I keep them longer?
Great question. So what you want to do is make sure that after you get your flowers, you change the water every 3 days. They come with flower food, so you want to take the flowers out, lift the whole thing up, lay it on the counter, wash the vase out. You know, you don't drink out of a dirty glass. You don't put flowers in a dirty vase. Clean it out, snip the flowers on the end, put the flower food in, let it dissolve.
How much are we snipping off the end? Just barely?
A quarter of an inch, maybe. You don't want to shrink the design. You want it to still fit in the container it came in.
How long do you need in order to get an order online? Because right now you're working out of a studio where you get all of your orders online, and that's easy at TashaFlowers.com. And then once we order that, how long before we actually get to the flowers will be delivered?
It's up to you. When do you want them delivered? So if you want same day, 9 o'clock a.m.
Same day?
If you want it same day, I need it by 9 o'clock a.m.
Do you ever sleep?
I do sleep.
All right, that's amazing.
I do on occasion.
Now, there's also, right now, you're actually doing a deal. I mean, this one looks like this is the most expensive because it's the biggest, the most grand vase here. So what if you're looking for something that's a little bit more on a budget where you're just like, just getting to know each other.
Yeah,
so maybe I'll just send her a little bit of flowers.
We want to come around the front here to, those two right there, the pink one and the red one. That's going to be our Love Struck. Maybe you're feeling a little love struck.
Yes.
And so with the code FOXYVAL, FOXYVAL, you can get $10 off of your bouquet.
$10 off one of these two just by putting in FOXYVAL.
Just by putting in
make your order right there.
Yes.
And real quick, we're out of time, but we need to tell them about you're going to be opening up a storefront here.
Yes, I'll be opening a new store at 725 West Pratt Street, downtown, right off of MLK. Spring 2023.
And one last thing for you. Do you smell all this right now?
Do I smell it?
Do you? Okay. I mean, because it's so strong. I thought maybe you'd lose yourself.
No,
while.
not ever.
Tasha, thank you so much. And
Absolutely.
everyone's having a happy Valentine's Day right here. Thank you.
All beautiful. Well, a breezy and warm afternoon, but not for long. Our Weather Authority team is joining us live in studio, and they are tracking some colder temperatures that are moving in. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax has the full Weather Authority forecast, but let's start with meteorologist Justin Chambers. And you're talking about cold, Justin.
I don't even want to talk about that. I'm smelling flowers and I'm smelling pizza right now in the studio. But yeah, it is Valentine's Day. And guys, this weekend we are going to feel a little bit more like February. We'll have warm temperatures today, even though we have the cloud cover out there. More sunshine on the way tomorrow. There's going to be your high temps and lows in the 30s. And then Saturday and Sunday, both days are only going to be in the mid to upper 40s. And notice on Sunday, we do have that chance of precipitation. Right now, it's looking like it's only going to be rain and snow lovers. I'm sorry, but this is more than likely going to go down as one of the driest years or the least snowiest years of all time, potentially. We've only had 0.2 of an inch of snow, and that was last Wednesday, and that was that weak little storm that came through. So you can see right now we're on number 1. Now, Jasmine, you and I were talking, possibly seeing some changes as we head into the weekend. What do you got for the full forecast?
Yeah, that's right. For anyone planning on celebrating the Super Bowl, going anywhere to watch the game, you will want to keep watch on the radar as we get ready for not just the cooler temperatures, but a little rain as well. 46 for the current temperature, and we are still nice and dry. We do have overcast skies, and those cloudy skies are going to last us throughout the day. Across the state, temperatures are in the 40s and now a few spots in the 50s. It's another nice and pleasant start, not too bad as you head outside. As we make our way into the afternoon, our temperatures go from the 40s to the 50s, and then we top off in the low to mid 60s. That means that we are going to stay above average for this time of year. Another warm day for February. We are nice and dry right now. We've got a warm front that's lifting to our north, and we're also watching this cold front that will pass over our state tomorrow. We'll still stay nice and warm, but we will feel a little bit cooler on Saturday and Sunday. Again, we stay cloudy throughout the afternoon. Then tomorrow, we are looking at the cold front passing. We stay nice and dry as we head into Friday morning. Not a bad way to start the weekend. Temperatures again will reach the 60s by the afternoon. Then on Saturday, we're looking at another nice and quiet and dry start, but it will be cooler. Temperatures by the afternoon only reach the 40s. On Sunday, the next weather maker arrives, and we are looking at a slight chance for little winter weather. Most models are now keeping this to our south, so little to no accumulation expected. But as we head into the afternoon, it's rain that we're tracking, and this could impact your plans if you're driving anywhere to watch the Super Bowl. Make sure that you are keeping watch on the radar. Highs today around 62. Then we're looking at 60 on Friday, 40s over the weekend. 46 on Super Bowl Sunday, which you can catch right here on Fox 45. 50s as we head into next week. Back to you.
All right, here's a live look now from the Lynn Stoller mobile track. We are out on the roads near Catonsville on the 695 inner loop, heading toward the Windsor Mill, Pikesville area, heading north. As you can see, everybody moving along just fine, up to speed, no issues. A new report this morning highlights just how many students are missing or absent from school. Coming up, the worries about how to try to get them back into the classroom.
Who runs the world? Girls do, right? You've heard that slogan right there. This Saturday, all about women in science. Coming up next, NASA scientists is sharing how young girls can be multifaceted in STEM. 9:21. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:24. Saturday is International Day of Women and Girls in Science. One local scientist and HBCU graduate is on a mission to show young girls that they can be multifaceted in STEM. NASA scientist and founder of Next Gen in STEM, Sarah Adewumi, is joining us here to share more. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so what does that mean to be a NASA scientist? What do you do?
Okay, so I work in cybersecurity and service management. So basically just ensuring that our missions have the proper cybersecurity support.
And you're able to do that because you obviously were a STEM girl growing up. So what does that mean to when we talk, because we see it more and more. More girls are getting interested in STEM, but we can keep going further. What does that even mean to be a STEM girl?
Yes, absolutely. So STEM is science, technology, engineering, and math. And I really got involved in it early on when I was in about elementary school. I knew I wanted to be involved in STEM. I just didn't know exactly what. I finally found aerospace and technology when I got to high school, and that's what I ended up majoring in and eventually working in as well.
And so now you are trying to help bring young girls like you were at that time along and get them interested in STEM. You have a whole nonprofit around this.
Yes, absolutely. So my organization is called Next Gen in STEM. It's really about fostering up and empowering the next generation of girls and women who are interested in studying or pursuing careers in STEM.
And how do you all do that with the nonprofit?
Yeah, so we really just connect our young girls with mentors and organizations to help them push them further along with their goal, whether they're looking for scholarships or they're looking for other organizations to help expand on their knowledge or their education. So really just doing that, connecting, the networking, and really just ensuring that these girls have what they need to take it to the next level.
And what are you all doing within the nonprofit now?
Yes, so right now we are actually launching our spring 2023 application process on nextgeninstem.org, and students can or parents can sign up on the website, and we'll go through all the applications and recruit the next generation of students for the 2023 year.
Now, are you finding that girls are more interested, or are you still having to kind of coax them into it? Because I just feel like it's changing. There's a lot more emphasis. Even with my daughter, I see that, I mean, she just has a natural interest in some of things that are, you know, STEM activities.
Yes, absolutely. I think now we're in such an exciting time where girls and women are seeing more people represented, and they're seeing themselves in the industry, and that really just empowers them to want to pursue these careers as well. And that's why I think it's so important to continue just lighting that fire and expanding it so that more young girls, more women see that these careers are possible for them.
And that's what you're doing, and you're a great role model for that. Thank you so much for coming in. One more time, what's the website people can go to?
nextgeninstem.org.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, well, we've got some mostly cloudy skies today. Highs expected to reach the 60s, though. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is going to let you know what you can expect for your Super Bowl weekend.
A manhunt is currently underway here in Baltimore County. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live where the search began, and I'll bring you the latest updates.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We continue with this breaking news this morning as multiple Baltimore County schools are closed today due to the search and for an armed and dangerous man in the Cockeysville area. A live look right now from the scene. In front of it, you can see the list of schools that are closed. There's 6 of them, the top left side of your screen, and they are right on our website. Schools and offices closed for students and staff. There is no before or no after school programs today. In just a moment, we'll have an update on this search from Olivia Dance.
Welcome back on this Thursday. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. In fact, we want to send it over to our own STEM girl, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax, taking a look at the forecast.
And it's certainly going to be another very nice day. I know a lot of people have been enjoying this warm February. We've had temperatures in the 50s and 60s this week and already a decent start. It is a little cloudy over Towson, overcast skies with temperatures around 46. Visibility is also slightly reduced, but otherwise pretty nice across the state, 40s and 50s. As we head into the afternoon, our temperatures are rising to the 60s. We'll stay there tomorrow, but it gets cooler over the weekend. I'll let you know how low the numbers get coming up in my Weather Authority forecast.
9:31 now and happening now. A manhunt still underway in Baltimore County after police say this man right here opened fire and injured an officer.
The incident happening yesterday afternoon, and police are considering him to be armed and dangerous.
Olivia Dance is joining us live still from that scene in Cockeysville. She's been out there all morning following the latest updates. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom, Patrice, this manhunt has been underway since yesterday afternoon, so this is very much still an active and ongoing investigation. I want to show you that this police van actually just pulled up here onto Powers Avenue, and we saw several police officers get out of the vehicle in tactical gear, and they actually walked into this home to my left here. They're still in the house right now. Also, the police helicopter, I don't know if you can hear it, but it's been flying above the house and the wooded areas behind the house. It's been circling just around this area for a while now, but a shelter in place is still in effect for this area. As Tom and Patrice mentioned, we know that 6 Baltimore County schools are closed today because of all of this police activity. Now, they include Cockeysville Middle School, Delaney High School, Mays Chapel Elementary School, Padonia International Elementary School, Warren Elementary School, and finally Pot Spring Elementary School. Baltimore County Police, though, are actively searching for 24-year-old David Linthicum. Let's pull up the most recent photo of him that police released earlier this morning. You can see he has long auburn hair, facial hair, and was last seen wearing a black hoodie and black pants. Now, police consider him to be armed and dangerous, but this all began yesterday, as I mentioned, at around 2:30 in the afternoon when officers were called to this area on Powers Avenue in Cockeysville in reference to a person in crisis.
When our officers arrived on the scene, a family member escorted them to the subject who was in crisis. During that exchange, the subject discharged a firearm. One of our officers was injured as a result of that. He was taken to a local hospital. He is currently being evaluated and is listed in stable condition.
Earlier this morning, police sent out an update saying that officer has since been released from the hospital and thankfully is in good spirits. But again, you want to avoid this area here around Powers Avenue. And remember, please, that Linthicum is considered armed and dangerous. So if you see him, do not approach him, but you should call police. And also, if you just see anything that's out of the ordinary, of course, you should also call 911. But for now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, thank you, Olivia. 9:34 is the time. A report from Project Baltimore revealing the situation in some Baltimore City public schools, and it's dire. It shows 23 city schools have 0 students who tested proficient on the state math exam. 2,000 students in total took these math tests at the schools, and not one was able to pass the math exam at grade level.
Now, this report is just the latest problem that Project Baltimore has uncovered. In 2021, they discovered so-called ghost students in grade changing at Augusta Fell Savage High School, which is one of the 23 schools with 0 students scoring proficient on the state math test. And then last summer, Project Baltimore heard from families who say their children with disabilities were forced to miss significant amounts of class, but their report card showed fake grades and attendance.
New from the Live Center, we just got our hands on an alarming new report out just hours ago, published this morning by the Associated Press, that finds hundreds of thousands of students all across the U.S. are just missing right now. Schools simply do not know where those students are. The brand new report looks at school enrollment records with the help of Stanford University. It finds 240,000 students, almost 250,000, are just missing, meaning they left public school systems during the pandemic and this morning cannot be accounted for any educational system. Now, some statistics compiled in this report: in the 21 states where the data was available, public school enrollment plunged by 710,000 students between 2019 and 2022 over the pandemic. A lot of the students can be accounted for today. In fact, around 103,000 switched to private schools, 184,000 began homeschooling, and around 183,000 just moved to other states. But the remaining 240,000, the Associated Press says it's possible they just dropped out. But it's not just teenagers. Many students were missing from kindergarten and first grade, which means parents likely just kept them home. But their education cannot be accounted for, and it could be sending them back for years in their educational lifestyle. The majority of the missing students are in 2 states. California alone showing 150,000 students missing in its data. New York is next with 60,000 students missing. Associated Press spoke with Baltimore City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises. She said, "We want to say if it's outside stuff that's keeping kids from returning to school, but she worries teens sometimes lack caring at those schools who can discuss their concerns about life." The report says the true number of students currently listed as missing in America's schools is likely much higher, since the analysis does not include data from 29 states, including states like Texas and Illinois. That's the latest from our Live Center.
In Annapolis today, we are expecting Maryland Governor Wes Moore to formally announce his support for a bill to protect abortion rights in Maryland. The bill, which could be added to the state constitution, declares that every person has the fundamental right to reproductive freedom. Delegate Ariana Kelly from Montgomery County is one of the bill's sponsors.
What we can do here in Maryland is protect the constitutional rights of Marylanders, ensure it's in our Constitution so that it never gets rolled back in the state of Maryland.
Critics say the bill reflects what they call misguided priorities from the governor.
The state of Maryland, under Governor Moore's leadership, it looks like will no longer be known as the free state, but the free abortion state. And during his term, we expect, as many as 500,000 children will be killed through abortion violence.
If passed by the legislature, the final decision would be up to Maryland voters on the 2024 ballot. Good news for Damar Hamlin, the award he just earned, and the details about his future.
And we're at the Maryland Zoo this morning, where they've got a whole lineup of events for adults coming up in 2023. Coming up next, we're going to learn more about prom, and we're also going to meet this little cutie. Say good morning to Juno. We'll learn more about Juno and where this little one came from in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:40 on this Thursday morning, and you can hang out at the Maryland Zoo and experience some unique fun.
That's right. Grab your friends, enjoy some fascinating programs and events. This morning for our hometown hotspot, Amy Aronson is out there, and she's showing us everything going on. Amy.
Yeah, they've got so much set up for the year ahead. We're going to talk more about prom right now. Prom happening at the Maryland Zoo. Brandon's here all dressed up for prom this morning. So this is going to be a fun event. What's going to happen at prom here at the zoo?
So prom is going to be a lot of different activities there. You have your fondue, a lot of like the nostalgia when we went to prom back in the day.
Yeah.
Really good time. Basically, the adults can come out dressed up. We have Juno here who will kind of help everybody break out of their shell. Yeah, so it's going to be an amazing time.
And I do want to introduce little Juno here. Marty's here to tell us all about it. So Juno actually is an interesting story. How did Juno come to the zoo?
Yeah, so Juno here is a Greek tortoise, and one of the really big threats for this species actually is the illegal pet trade. So Juno here was actually confiscated this fall by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in somebody's luggage that came over from Morocco.
That's crazy. And Juno is tiny, but you say it's going to grow. You don't know the sex yet, right? So that comes later on.
Yeah, so we don't know if Juno's a boy or a girl. We do know that they're about a year old or so, and this species can really easily live to be 100 years old. So Juno here definitely has some growing left to do.
Okay, you said Juno has quite the personality.
Yeah, despite the fact that this is a really tiny tortoise, you can see here that they're really mobile. They love to explore their environment, and they can really move a lot faster than you might expect for a tortoise of this size.
I think Juno knows where the camera is right now, staring right into it. If you want more information on anything happening here at the Maryland Zoo coming up this year, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Did you both see that? Did you see how Juno was staring right into the lens?
I'm not buying Juno's even real. You need to flip Juno over and see if there's like battery section for it or like a wind-up tool.
He's super cute.
It's so cute.
He or she.
And fast.
Because
he
they don't
or
know
she,
yet.
yeah.
Right.
We don't know yet.
All right. Thank you, Amy. Well, what we do know, temperatures could reach the 60s by this afternoon, but we've got another weather maker moving in for Super Bowl Sunday. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is tracking showers and how long they're going to stick around.
Oh, but first, get out there and cheese the day. National Pizza Day, and we're cooking up some pizza for you. Wait a second, we've got a running meteorologist. Hold on.
My gosh.
Hold on. Oh, all right. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. And just the back of your head got in there. It was really awkward.
9:45. We've been waiting for this moment. Every second in America, about 350 slices of pizza are eaten every second. It's a lot of pizza, and today is National Pizza Day, so I think we should get in on some eating.
I think we just went to 1,400 pieces that just got eaten right there. All right, we have Baltimore Lido Pizza franchisees. We got Jim, Whitney, Kelsey, Robertson in the studio to show us not only how to make a pizza, but all the great stuff you guys are doing, not only for Super Bowl, but every day. Lido's, good morning to all of you.
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
So National Pizza Day has got to be fun for you guys. I mean, like, this is your day to do your thing.
It's a great day. It's a way of we talk to our guests and get, we appreciate so much being accepted by Baltimore and D.C. and it's really a great day for us. And we also doing on our rewards club, we're doing free small cheese with the purchase of any large cheese for anyone today.
And
so
Justin was getting some Lido history.
I was, yeah. I didn't, because I grew up on the West Coast, so I'd never heard of you guys. And then College Park is where you said you started, is that right?
Yes, we started out at College Park right in Adelphi, Maryland, right next to the university.
Very nice.
So there's a lot of pizza. I was going to say a lot of pizza being eaten at the University of Maryland.
All right, so you're going to make a pizza for us, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm going to watch how this works, although I'm just going to, I'd much rather just come pick it up. But if we're going to do it at home, all right,
if we need you
Whitney,
one day, we'll give you a go.
You can show us how it's done.
Now, what's the crust that you're starting with?
So we make the crust every 2 hours fresh. It never goes in the walk-in, and we hand make it. And then the sauce is, as you go ahead and tell
Is this
them.
your special? I mean, is this a secret sauce? Is this a special sauce?
It's a sweet sauce that we make in the stores, and it's really. It's kind of our trademark, the flaky crust, and then the sweet sauce, and then we use the smoked provolone.
Now, do you guys have like favorite toppings? Because obviously pizza is your life, but like, what do you love for pizza toppings?
Go ahead.
I'm a big fan of the pepperoni because you get like a good chunk of pepperoni on every slice, so that's got to be my go-to.
Yeah.
I'm sort of ham and pineapple.
My daughter just got introduced to pepperoni and pineapple, and she couldn't believe, because my mom likes that, and she's like, you don't put pineapples? It was a whole debate in our house.
Pineapple is
a big debate.
Polarizing, right?
It is.
People either love it or absolutely
exactly.
hate it. Now, what makes Lido Pizza different from others? Obviously, there's pizza chains all around. There's great pizza in this town. There's great pizza in Maryland. But is it the sauce?
To me, I think it's our flaky crust and the fact that it is, we hand make it every 2 hours. And then also, it's known for the sweet sauce and then the nice finishing touches of smoked provolone. So you sort of get that saltiness with the sweetness, and it's really quite good.
All right, so girls, you guys have grown up around pizza. How many pizzas have you all made in your life?
Too many to count.
Too many. How many will you all sell on Super Bowl Sunday?
At each store, we'll probably sell around 350 pizzas.
Wow.
That is amazing. All right, so this is Justin's kind of pizza right here. He likes the pepperoni and sausage.
We have to get to Jasmine with weather, but are any of these that I can eat right now, or is that just for
There you go.
Oh, Mike. Okay, very good.
And got you too.
There we go. I'm a cheese kind of girl, so I'm going with this one.
Thank you very much, Lido
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having us.
Get some pizza today, guys. Jasmine?
Yeah, it's a perfect day for going out getting pizza, maybe even eating it outside. We'll stay mostly cloudy and dry, and temperatures are back to the 60s this afternoon. So really nice day ahead of us, just cloudy. 46 currently with a lower visibility at 7 miles. Across the state, temperatures are in the 40s and the 50s, mostly cloudy across much of the state. A little more sunshine in western Maryland, but as we head into the afternoon again, we're going to keep those mostly cloudy skies, and our temperatures are headed for the 60s, above average once again, continuing what has been a very warm week. We've got a warm front lifting to our north. We're dry behind that, but we are keeping track of our next weather maker, this cold front. It'll move across our state tomorrow, and while we'll stay fairly warm, we will feel that cool down over the rest of the weekend. As we head into the afternoon, again, we stay mostly cloudy and mostly dry. Then once we make our way into the day tomorrow, the cold front passes. We'll stay mostly dry as we head into the morning. By the afternoon, we're looking more so at a mix of sunshine and clouds, dry through Saturday morning. Not a bad way to start the day. Temperatures, though, by the afternoon will only reach the 40s. That means we'll be a little closer to average. Then on Sunday, we do have the chance for a little bit of precipitation. This model, the American model, hints at a little winter weather primarily to the south, but this all ends as we head into daybreak, and by the afternoon, it's all rain that we're tracking. This could have impacts on your plans if you're driving anywhere to watch the Super Bowl, so make sure that you are keeping an eye on the radar. 62 today, 60 tomorrow, then 40s on Saturday and Sunday. 56 on Monday, 57 on Valentine's Day. Then we have the next chance for showers and 50s on Wednesday. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. Well, get this. A new study suggests moon dust could help us slow climate change on Earth. Researchers with the University of Utah looked at how a cloud of dust floating between the Earth and the sun could be used as a shield to try and block some of the sun's solar radiation. It's that radiation that some scientists argue is steadily increasing our planet's temperature. At first, the scientists thought of using dust right here from Earth. We've got a lot of it. We've got some in our studio. But they say it would be too expensive and arduous to try. Instead, they turned to using moon dust, which they say is cheaper and just as effective. And this ties in with today's number of the day, looking to the stars. 37 years ago today, February 9, 1986. Yeah, Halley's Comet was visible in the night sky. That was the most recent time it appeared over Earth. The comet first viewed 2,490 years ago in ancient Greece, passing by our planet every 76 years, and next expected to be appearing July 28th, 2061. Somebody's very excited about it.
All right, there is a new chapter to Damar Hamlin's extraordinary story. He is the winner of the NFL Player Association's Alan Page Community Service Award. Fans showed their support by donating to his Toy Drive campaign, and that just went crazy. Hamlin is in Arizona, where the Super Bowl will be played on Sunday, but he was there to accept his award.
Giving back to my community has always been a big part of who I am. Thankful to my father, who's right here behind me. Growing up, just watching him do community days in our community, and I just always was waiting on my time when it came.
Hamlin's goal of raising $2,500 was absolutely shattered. His charity has raised more than $9 million. Well, the big game is just days away, and you can watch Super Bowl 57 Sunday, February 12th, right here on Fox 45. We will have complete coverage as the Kansas City Chiefs and Philadelphia Eagles both look for their second titles in these past 6 years. Coverage starts at 11 a.m. The Super Bowl pregame show live in Arizona begins at 1 p.m. and then Super Bowl 57 kicks off at 6:30. Whether you're flying to Arizona or maybe you're going to stay home and watch it right here on Fox 45, we want to see how you're celebrating the Super Bowl. Scan the QR code on your screen. Share who you're rooting for, or you can show us your preparations for your Super Bowl party. Whatever it is, just send it in. It's all powered by Stackla. We've got mild temperatures through the end of your work week. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax lets you know what you can expect for your weekend. That's coming up in her 10-day forecast. 9:53 is the time.
We are in for another warm day as temperatures reach the low to mid 60s. Then we've got the 60s again tomorrow, 40s, a little cooler over the weekend. Super Bowl Sunday, you can watch right here. Then we've got the 50s and 60s next week, back to above average temperatures.
I didn't hear anything you just said. I'm sorry. They don't cut corners at Lido Pizza.
They didn't cut this one at all. That's one slice. Look at that one.
That's one slice for you, Tom.
It's not.
That's what we left for you.
I'm just eating one slice.
All right. Have
That's
a great
how
day.
your Super Bowl looks. Just that's my slice. We'll see you back here.